Novel 1. Martellino pretends to be a paralytic, and makes it appear as if he were cured by being placed upon the body of Saint Arrigo. His trick is detected, he is beaten and arrested, and is in peril of hanging, but finally escapes. Often has it happened, dearest ladies, that one who has studied to raise a laugh at others' expense, especially in regard of things worthy to be had in reverence, has found the laugh turn against himself, and sometimes to his loss, as, in obedience to the Queen's command, and by way of introducing our theme, I am about to shew you, by the narrative of an adventure which befell one of our own citizens, and after a course of evil fortune had an entirely unexpected and very felicitous issue. Not long ago there was at Treviso a German, named Arrigo, a poor man who got his living as a common hired porter, but though of so humble a condition, was respected by all, being accounted not only an honest, but a most holy man, insomuch that, whether truly or falsely I know not, the Trevisans affirm, that on his decease all the bells of the Cathedral of Treviso began to toll of their own accord, which being accounted a miracle, this Arrigo was generally reputed a saint, and all the people of the city gathered before the house where his body lay, and bore it, with a saint's honours, into the cathedral, and brought thither the halt and paralytic and blind, and others afflicted with disease or bodily defects, as hoping that by contact with this holy body they would all be healed. The people thus tumultuously thronging the church, it so chanced that there arrived in Treviso 3 of our own citizens, of whom one was named Stehe, another Martellino, and the third Marchesi, all 3 being men whose habit it was to frequent the courts of the nobles and afford spectators amusement by assuming disguises and personating other men. Being entire strangers to the place, and seeing everybody running to and fro, they were much astonished, and having learned the why and wherefore, were curious to go see what was to be seen. So at the inn, where they put up, Marchesi began, "We would fain go see this saint, but for my part I know not how we are to reach the spot, for I hear the piazza is full of Germans and other armed men, posted there by the Lord who rules here to prevent an uproar, and moreover the church, so far as one may learn, is so full of folk that scarce another soul may enter it." Whereupon Martellino, who was bent on seeing what was to be seen, said, "Let not this deter us, I will assuredly find a way of getting to the saint's body." "How?" rejoined Marchesi. "I will tell you," replied Martellino. "I will counterfeit a paralytic, and thou wilt support me on one side and Stetti on the other, as if I were not able to go alone, and so you will enter the church, making it appear as if you were leading me up to the body of the saint that he may heal me, and all that see will make way and give us free passage." Marchesi and Stetti approved the plan, so all 3 forthwith left the inn and repaired to a lonely place, where Martellino distorted his hands, his fingers, his arms, his legs, and also his mouth and eyes and his entire face in a manner horrible to contemplate, so that no stranger that saw him could have doubted that he was impotent and paralyzed in every part of his body. In this guise Marchesi and Stetti laid hold of him, and led him towards the church, assuming a most piteous air, and humbly beseeching everybody for God's sake to make way for them. Their request was readily granted and, in short, observed by all, and crying out at almost every step, make way, they reached the place where Saint Arrigo's body was laid. Whereupon some gentlemen who stood by, hoisted Martellino onto the saint's body, that thereby he might receive the boon of health. There he lay still for a while, the eyes of all in the church being riveted upon him in expectation of the result. Then, being a very practised performer, he stretched, first, one of his fingers, next a hand, afterwards an arm, and so forth, making as if he gradually recovered the use of all his natural powers, which the people observing raised such a clamor in honor of Saint Arrigo that even thunder would have been inaudible. Now it chanced that hard by stood a Florentine, who knew Martellino well, though he had failed to recognize him when, in such strange guise, he was led into the church. But now, seeing him resume his natural shape, the Florentine recognized him, and at once said with a Laudate's curse upon him, who that saw him come but would have believed that he was really paralyzed? These words were overheard by some of the Trevisans, who began forthwith to question the Florentine. How, said they, was he then not paralyzed? No, by God, returned the Florentine, he has always been as straight as any of us. He has merely shewn you that he knows better than any man alive how to play this trick of putting on any counterfeit semblance that he chooses. Thereupon the Trevisans, without further parley, made a rush, clearing the way and crying out as they went, "Seize this traitor who mocks at God and his saints, who, being no paralytic, has come hither in the guise of a paralytic to deride our patron saint and us." So saying, they laid hands on him, dragged him down from where he stood, seized him by the hair, tore the clothes from his back, and fell to beating and kicking him, so that it seemed to him as if all the world were upon him. He cried out, "Pity, for God's sake," and defended himself as best he could, all in vain. However, the press became thicker and thicker moment by moment, which Stecchi and Marchesi observing began to say one to the other that 'twas a bad business, yet, being apprehensive on their own account, they did not venture to come to his assistance, but cried out with the rest that he ought to die, at the same time, however, casting about how they might find the means to rescue him from the hands of the people, who would certainly have killed him, but for a diversion which Marchesi hastily effected. The entire posse of the Signory being just outside, he ran off at full speed to the Podesta's lieutenant, and said to him, "Help, for God's sake, there is a villain here that has cut my purse with full 100 florins of gold in it. Prithee have him arrested that I may have my own again." Whereupon, 12 sergeants or more ran forthwith to the place where hapless Martellino was being carted without a comb, and, forcing their way with the utmost difficulty through the throng, rescued him all bruised and battered from their hands, and led him to the palace, whither he was followed by many who, resenting what he had done, and hearing that he was arrested as a cut purse, and lacking better pretext for harassing him, began one and all to charge him with having cut their purses. All which the deputy of the Podesta had no sooner heard, than, being a harsh man, he straightway took Martellino aside and began to examine him. Martellino answered his questions in a bantering tone, making light of the arrest, whereat the deputy, losing patience, had him bound to the strappado, and caused him to receive a few hints of the cord with intent to extort from him a confession of his guilt, by way of preliminary to hanging him. Taken down from the strappado, and questioned by the deputy if what his accusers said were true, Martellino, as nothing was to be gained by denial, answered, "My lord, I am ready to confess the truth, let but my accusers say, each of them, when and where I cut his purse, and I will tell you what I have and what I have not done." "So be it," said the deputy, and caused a few of them to be summoned. Whereupon Martellino, being charged with having cut this, that or the other man's purse 8, 6 or 4 days ago, while others averred that he had cut their purses that very day, answered thus, "My lord, these men lie in the throat, and for token that I speak true, I tell you that, so far from having been here as long as they make out, it is but very lately that I came into these parts, where I never was before, and no sooner was I come, than, as my ill luck would have it, I went to see the body of the saint, and so have been carted as you see, and that what I say is true, his lordship's intendant of arrivals, and his book, and also my host may certify. Wherefore, if you find that even so it is as I say, hearken not to these wicked men, and spare me the torture and death which they would have you inflict." In this posture of affairs Marchesi and Stecchi, learning that the Podesta's deputy was dealing rigorously with Martellino, and had already put him to the strappado, grew mightily alarmed. "We have made a mess of it," they said to themselves. "We have only taken him out of the frying pan to toss him into the fire." So, hurrying hither and thither with the utmost zeal, they made diligent search until they found their host, and told him how matters stood. The host had his laugh over the affair, and then brought them to one Sandro Eccoconti, who dwelt in Treviso and had great interest with the lord of the place. The host laid the whole matter before Sandro, and, backed by Marchesi and Stecchi, besought him to undertake Martellino's cause. Sandro, after many a hearty laugh, hied him to the lord, who at his instance sent for Martellino. The messengers found Martellino still in his shirt before the deputy, at his wits' end, and all but beside himself with fear, because the deputy would hear nothing that he said in his defense. Indeed, the deputy, having espied against Florentines, had quite made up his mind to have him hanged. He was therefore in the last degree reluctant to surrender him to the lord, and only did so upon compulsion. Brought at length before the lord, Martellino detailed to him the whole affair, and prayed him as the greatest of favors to let him depart in peace. The lord had a hearty laugh over the adventure, and bestowed a tunic on each of the three. So, congratulating themselves on their unexpected deliverance from so great a peril, they returned home safe and sound. Novel 2. Rinaldo d'Asti is robbed, arrives at Castel Guglielmo, and is entertained by a widow lady. His property is restored to him, and he returns home safe and sound. The ladies and the young men, especially Facostrato, laughed inordinately at Nephile's narrative of Martellino's misadventures. Then Facostrato, who sate next Nephile, received the queen's command to follow her, and promptly thus began, "Fair ladies, 'tis on my mind to tell you a story in which are mingled things sacred and passages of adverse fortune and love, which to hear will perchance be not unprofitable, more especially to travelers in love's treacherous lands, of whom if any fail to say Saint Julian's paternoster, it often happens that, though he may have a good bed, he is ill-lodged. Know, then, that in the time of the Marchese di Ferrara, a merchant, Rinaldo d'Asti by name, having disposed of certain affairs which had brought him to Bologna, set his face homeward, and having left Ferrara behind him was on his way to Verona, when he fell in with some men that looked like merchants, but were in truth robbers and men of evil life and condition, whose company he imprudently joined, riding and conversing with them. They, perceiving that he was a merchant, and judging that he must have money about him, complotted to rob him on the first opportunity, and to obviate suspicion they played the part of worthy and reputable men, their discourse of naught but what was seemly and honorable and leal, their demeanor at once as respectful and as cordial as they could make it, so that he deemed himself very lucky to have met with them, being otherwise alone save for a single mounted servant. Journeying thus, they conversed after the desultory manner of travelers, of divers matters, until at last they fell a-talking of the prayers which men address to God, and one of the robbers there were three of them said to Rinaldo, "And you, gentle sir, what is your wonted course when you are on your travels?" Rinaldo answered, "Why, to tell the truth, I am a man unskilled, unlearned in such matters, and few prayers have I at my command, being one that lives in the good old way and lets two so they count for 24 deniers. Nevertheless it has always been my custom in journeying to say of a morning, as I leave the inn, a paternoster and an Ave Maria for the souls of the father and mother of Saint Julian, after which I pray God and Saint Julian to provide me with a good inn for the night. And many a time in the course of my life have I met with great perils by the way, and evading them all have found comfortable quarters for the night, whereby my faith is assured that Saint Julian, in whose honor I say my paternoster, has gotten me this favor of God. Nor should I look for a prosperous journey and a safe arrival at night, if I had not said it in the morning." Then said his interrogator, "And did you say it this morning?" Whereto Rinaldo answered, "Troth, did I," which caused the other, who by this time knew what course matters would take, to say to himself, "'Twill prove to have been said in the nick of time, for if we do not miscarry, I take it thou wilt have but a sorry lodging." Then turning to Rinaldo he said, "I also have travelled much, and never a prayer have I said, though I have heard them much commended by many, nor has it ever been my lot to find other than good quarters for the night. It may be that this very evening you will be able to determine which of us has the better lodging, you that have said the paternoster, or I that have not said it. True, however, it is that in its stead I am accustomed to say the dura pisti, or the intemerata, or the de profundis, which, if what my grandmother used to say is to be believed, or of the greatest efficacy." So, talking of divers matters, and ever on the lookout for time and place suited to their evil purpose, they continued their journey, until towards evening, some distance from Castelguglielmo. As they were about to ford a stream, these three ruffians, profiting by the lateness of the hour, and the loneliness and straitness of the place, set upon Rinaldo and robbed him, and leaving him afoot and in his shirt, said by way of adieu, "Go now and see if thy Saint Julian will provide thee with good lodging tonight. Our saint, we doubt not, will do as much by us." And so crossing the stream, they went their way. Rinaldo's servant, coward that he was, did nothing to help his master when he saw him attacked, but turned his horse's head, and was off at a smart pace, nor did he draw rein until he was come to Castelguglielmo, where, it being now evening, he put up at an inn and gave himself no further trouble. Rinaldo, left barefoot, and stripped to his shirt, while the night closed in very cold and snowy, was at his wit's end, and shivering so that his teeth tattered in his head, began to peer about, if haply he might find some shelter for the night, that so he might not perish with the cold. But, seeing none, for during a recent war the whole country had been wasted by fire, he set off for Castelguglielmo, quickening his pace by reason of the cold. Whether his servant had taken refuge in Castelguglielmo or elsewhere, he knew not, but he thought that, could he but enter the town, God would surely send him some succor. However, dark night overtook him while he was still about a mile from the castle, so that on his arrival he found the gates already locked and the bridges raised, and he could not pass in. Sick at heart, disconsolate and bewailing his evil fortune, he looked about for some place where he might ensconce himself, and at any rate find shelter from the snow. And by good luck he espied a house, built with a balcony a little above the castle wall, under which balcony he purposed to shelter himself until daybreak. Arrived at the spot, he found beneath the balcony a postern, which, however, was locked, and having gathered some bits of straw that lay about, he placed them in front of the postern, and there in sad and sorrowful plight took up his quarters, with many a piteous appeal to Saint Julian, whom he reproached for not better rewarding the faith which he reposed in him. Saint Julian, however, had not abandoned him, and in due time provided him with a good lodging. There was in the castle a widow lady of extraordinary beauty, none fairer, whom Marquis Azzo loved as his own life, and kept there for his pleasure. She lived in the very same house beneath the balcony of which Rinaldo had posted himself. Now it chanced that that very day the Marquis had come to Castelguglielmo to pass the night with her, and had privily caused a bath to be made ready, and a supper suited to his rank, in the lady's own house. The arrangements were complete, and only the Marquis was stayed for, when a servant happened to present himself at the castle gate, bringing tidings for the Marquis which obliged him suddenly to take horse. He therefore sent word to the lady that she must not wait for him, and forthwith took his departure. The lady, somewhat disconsolate, found nothing better to do than to get into the bath which had been intended for the Marquis, sup and go to bed. So into the bath she went. The bath was close to the postern, on the other side of which hapless Rinaldo had ensconced himself, and, thus the mournful and quavering music which Rinaldo made as he shuddered in the cold, and which seemed rather to proceed from a stork's beak than from the mouth of a human being, was audible to the lady in the bath. She therefore called her maid, and said to her, "Go up and look out over the wall and down at the postern, and mark who is there, and what he is, and what he does there." The maid obeyed, and, the night being fine, had no difficulty in making out Rinaldo as he sate there, barefoot, as I have said, and in his shirt, and trembling in every limb. So she called out to him to know who he was. Rinaldo, who could scarcely articulate for shivering, told us briefly as he could, who he was, and how and why he came to be there, which done, he began piteously to beseech her not, if she could avoid it, to leave him there all night to perish of cold. The maid went back to her mistress full of pity for Rinaldo, and told her all she had seen and heard. The lady felt no less pity for Rinaldo, and bethinking her that she had the key of the postern by which the Marquis sometimes entered when he paid her a secret visit, she said to the maid, "Go, and let him in softly. Here is this supper, and there will be none to eat it, and we can very well put him up for the night." Cordially commending her mistress's humanity, the maid went and let Rinaldo in, and brought him to the lady, who, seeing that he was all but dead with cold, said to him, "Quick, good man, get into that bath, which is still warm." Gladly he did so, awaiting no second invitation, and was so much comforted by its warmth that he seemed to have passed from death to life. The lady provided him with a suit of clothes, which had been worn by her husband shortly before his death, and which, when he had them on, looked as if they had been made for him. So he recovered heart, and, while he awaited the lady's commands, gave thanks to God and Saint Julian for delivering him from a woeful night and conducting him, as it seemed, to comfortable quarters. The lady meanwhile took a little rest, after which she had a roaring fire put in one of her large rooms, whither presently she came, and asked her maid how the good man did. The maid replied, "Madam, he has put on the clothes, in which he shews to advantage, having a handsome person, and seeming to be a worthy man, and well bred." "Go, call him then," said the lady, "tell him to come hither to the fire, and we will sup, for I know that he has not supped." Rinaldo, on entering the room and seeing the lady, took her to be of no small consequence. He therefore made her a low bow, and did his utmost to thank her worthily for the service she had rendered him. His words pleased her no less than his person, which accorded with what the maid had said, so she made him heartily welcome, installed him at his ease by her side before the fire, and questioned him of the adventure which had brought him thither. Rinaldo detailed all the circumstances, of which the lady had heard somewhat when Rinaldo's servant made his appearance at the castle. She therefore gave entire credence to what he said, and told him what she knew about his servant, and how he might easily find him on the morrow. She then bade set the table, which done, Rinaldo and she washed their hands and sate down together to sup. Tall he was and comely of form and feature, debonair and gracious of mien and manner, and in his lusty prime. The lady had eyed him again and again to her no small satisfaction, and, her wantonness being already kindled for the Marquis, who was to have come to lie with her, she had let Rinaldo take the vacant place in her mind. So when supper was done, and they were risen from the table, she conferred with her maid, whether, after the cruel trick played upon her by the Marquis, it were not well to take the good gift which fortune had sent her. The maid, knowing the bent of her mistress's desire, left no word unsaid that might encourage her to follow it. Wherefore the lady, turning towards Rinaldo, who was standing where she had left him by the fire, began thus: "So, Rinaldo, why still so pensive? Will nothing console you for the loss of a horse and a few clothes? Take heart, put a blithe face on it. You are at home no more. Let me tell you that, seeing you in those clothes which my late husband used to wear, and taking you for him, I have felt, not once or twice, but perhaps 100 times this evening, a longing to throw my arms round you and kiss you, and, in faith, I had so done, but that I feared it might displease you." Rinaldo, hearing these words, and marking the flame which shot from the lady's eyes, and being no laggard, came forward with open arms, and confronted her and said, "Madam, I am not unmindful that I must ever acknowledge that to you I owe my life, in regard of the peril whence you rescued me. If then there be any way in which I may pleasure you, churlish indeed were I not to devise it. So you may even embrace and kiss me to your heart's content, and I will embrace and kiss you with the best of good wills." There needed no further parley. The lady, all aflame with amorous desire, forthwith threw herself into his arms, and straining him to her bosom with 1,000 passionate embraces, gave and received 1,000 kisses before they sought her chamber. Therewith all speed they went to bed, nor did day surprise them until again and again and in full measure they had satisfied their desire. With the first streaks of dawn they rose, for the lady was minded that none should surmise aught of the affair. So, having meanly habited Rinaldo, and replenished his purse, she enjoined him to keep the secret, shewed him the way to the castle, where he was to find his servant, and let him out by the same postern by which he had entered. When it was broad day the gates were opened, and Rinaldo, passing himself off as a traveler from distant parts, entered the castle, and found his servant. Having put on the spare sou which was in his valise, he was about to mount the servant's horse, when, as if by miracle, there were brought into the castle the 3 gentlemen of the road who had robbed him the evening before, having been taken a little while after for another offense. Upon their confession Rinaldo's horse was restored to him, as were also his clothes and money, so that he lost nothing except a pair of garters, of which the robbers knew not where they had bestowed them. Wherefore Rinaldo, giving thanks to God and Saint Julian, mounted his horse, and returned home safe and sound, and on the morrow the 3 robbers kicked heels in the wind. Novel 3. 3 young men squander their substance and are reduced to poverty. Their nephew, returning home a desperate man, falls in with an abbot, in whom he discovers the daughter of the King of England. She marries him, and he retrieves the losses and reestablishes the fortune of his uncles. The ladies marvelled to hear the adventures of Rinaldo d'Asti, praised his devotion, and gave thanks to God and Saint Julian for the succor lent him in his extreme need. Nor, though the verdict was hardly outspoken, was the lady deemed unwise to take the boon which God had sent her. So they tittered and talked of her night of delight, while Pampinea, being seated by Facostrato, and surmising that her turn would, as it did, come next, was lost in meditation on what she was to say. Roused from her reverie by the word of the Queen, she put on a cheerful courage, and thus began, "Noble ladies, discourse as we may of fortune's handiwork, much still remains to be said if we but scan events aright, nor need we marvel thereat, if we but duly consider that all matters, which we foolishly call our own, or in her hands and therefore subject, at her inscrutable will, to every variety of chance and change without any order therein by us discernible, which is indeed signally manifest everywhere and all day long, yet, as 'tis our Queen's will that we speak thereof, perhaps 'twill not be unprofitable to you, if, notwithstanding it has been the theme of some of the foregoing stories, I add to them another, which, I believe, should give you pleasure. There was formerly in our city a knight, by name Messer Tetaldo, of the Lombardy, according to some, or, as others say, of the Eccoconti family, perhaps for no better reason than that the occupation of his sons was similar to that which always was and is the occupation of the Eccoconti. However, without professing to determine which of the 2 houses he belonged to, I say, that he was in his day a very wealthy knight, and had 3 sons, the eldest being by name Lomberto, the second Tetaldo, and the third Eccolante. Fine, spirited young men were they all, though the eldest was not yet 18 years old when their father, Messer Tetaldo, died very rich, leaving to them as his lawful heirs the whole of his property both movable and immovable. Finding themselves thus possessed of great wealth, both in money and in lands and chattels, they fell to spending without stint or restraint, indulging their every desire, maintaining a great establishment, and a large and well-filled stable, besides dogs and hawks, keeping ever open house, scattering largesses, jousting, and, not content with these and the like pastimes proper to their condition, indulging every appetite natural to their youth. They had not long followed this course of life before the cash left them by their father was exhausted, and, their rents not sufficing to defray their expenditure, they began to sell and pledge their property, and disposing of it by degrees, one item today and another tomorrow, they hardly perceived that they were approaching the verge of ruin, until poverty opened the eyes which wealth had fast sealed. So one day Lomberto called his brothers to him, reminded them of the position of wealth and dignity which had been theirs and their fathers before them, and shewed them the poverty to which their extravagance had reduced them, and adjured them most earnestly that, before their destitution was yet further manifest, they should all 3 sell what little remained to them and depart thence, which accordingly they did. Without leave-taking, or any ceremony, they quitted Florence, nor did they rest until they had arrived in England and established themselves in a small house in London, where, by living with extreme parsimony and lending at exorbitant usances, they prospered so well that in the course of a few years they amassed a fortune, and so, one by one, they returned to Florence, purchased not a few of their former estates besides many others, and married the management of their affairs in England, where they continued their business of usurers, they left to a young nephew, Alessandro by name, while, heedless alike of the teaching of experience and of marital and parental duty, they all three launched out at Florence into more extravagant expenditure than before, and contracted debts on all hands and to large amounts. This expenditure they were enabled for some years to support by the remittances made by Alessandro, who, to his great profit, had lent money to the barons on the security of their castles and rents, while the three brothers thus continued to spend freely, and, when short of money, to borrow it, never doubting of help from England. It so happened that, to the surprise of everybody, there broke out in England a war between the king and his son, by which the whole island was divided into two camps, whereby Alessandro lost all his mortgages, of the baronial castles and every other source of income whatsoever. However, in the daily expectation that peace would be concluded between the king and his son, Alessandro, hoping that in that event all would be restored to him, principal and interest, tarried in the island, and the three brothers at Florence in no degree retrenched their extravagant expenditure, but went on borrowing from day to day. Several years thus passed, and, their hopes being frustrated, the three brothers not only lost credit, but, being pressed for payment by their creditors, were suddenly arrested, and, their property proving deficient, were kept in prison for the balance, while their wives and little children went into the country parts, or elsewhere, wretchedly equipped, and with no other prospect than to pass the rest of their days in destitution. Alessandro, meanwhile, seeing that the peace, which he had for several years awaited in England, did not come, and deeming that he would hazard his life to no purpose by tarrying longer in the country, made up his mind to return to Italy. He travelled at first altogether alone, but it so chanced that he left Bruges at the same time with an abbot, habited in white, attended by a numerous retinue, and preceded by a goodly baggage train. Behind the abbot rode two grey-bearded knights, kinsmen of the king, in whom Alessandro recognized acquaintances, and, making himself known to them, was readily received into their company. As thus they journeyed together, Alessandro softly asked them who the monks were that rode in front with so great a train, and whither they were bound. "The foremost rider," replied one of the knights, "is a young kinsman of ours, the newly elected abbot of one of the greatest abbeys of England, and as he is not of legal age for such a dignity, we are going with him to Rome to obtain the Holy Father's dispensation and his confirmation in the office. But this is not a matter for common talk." Now the new abbot, as lords are wont to do when they travel, was sometimes in front, sometimes in rear of his train, and thus it happened that, as he passed, he set eyes on Alessandro, who was still quite young, and very shapely and well-favored, and as courteous, gracious and debonair as e'er another. The abbot was marvellously taken with him at first sight, having never seen aught that pleased him so much, called him to his side, addressed him graciously, and asked him who he was, whence he came, and whither he was bound. Alessandro frankly told all about himself, and having thus answered the abbot's questions, placed himself at his service as far as his small ability might extend. The abbot was struck by his easy flow of apt speech, and observing his bearing more closely, he made up his mind that albeit his occupation was base, he was nevertheless of gentle blood, which added no little to his interest in him, and being moved to compassion by his misfortunes, he gave him friendly consolation, bidding him be of good hope, that if he lived a worthy life, God would yet set him in a place no less or even more exalted than that whence fortune had cast him down, and prayed him to be of his company as far as Tuscany, as both were going the same way. Alessandro thanked him for his words of comfort, and professed himself ready to obey his every command. So fared on the abbot, his mind full of new ideas begotten by the sight of Alessandro, until some days later they came to a town which was none too well provided with inns, and, as the abbot must needs put up there, Alessandro, who was well acquainted with one of the innkeepers, arranged that the abbot should alight at his house, and procured him the least discomfortable quarters which it could afford. He thus became for the nonce the abbot's seneschal, and being very expert for such office, managed excellently, quartering the retinue in divers parts of the town. So the abbot supped, and, the night being far spent, all went to bed except Alessandro, who then asked the host where he might find quarters for the night. In good sooth, I know not, replied the host. Thou seest that every place is occupied, and that I and my household must lie on the benches. However, in the abbot's chamber there are some horn sacks. I can shew thee the way thither, and lay a bit of a bed upon them, and there, an it like thee, thou mayst pass the night very well. How sayst thou? Said Alessandro. In the abbot's chamber, which thou knowest is small, so that there was not room for any of the monks to sleep there. Had I understood this when the curtains were drawn, I would have quartered his monks on the hornsacks, and slept myself where the monks sleep. 'Tis even so, however, replied the host, and thou canst, if thou wilt, find excellent quarters there. The abbot sleeps, the curtains are close drawn. I will go in softly and lay a small bed there, on which thou canst sleep. Alessandro, satisfied that it might be managed without disturbing the abbot, accepted the offer, and made his arrangements for passing the night as quietly as he could. The abbot was not asleep, his mind being far too overwrought by certain newly awakened desires. He had heard what had passed between Alessandro and the host. He had marked the place where Alessandro had lain down, and in the great gladness of his heart had begun thus to commune with himself. God has sent me the opportunity of gratifying my desire. If I let it pass, perchance it will be long before another such opportunity occurs. So, being minded by no means to let it slip, when all was quiet in the inn, he softly called Alessandro, and bade him lie down by his side. Alessandro made many excuses, but ended by undressing and obeying, whereupon the abbot laid a hand on Alessandro's breast, and began to caress him just as amorous girls do their lovers. Whereat Alessandro marveled greatly, doubting the abbot was prompted to such caresses by a shameful love, which the abbot speedily divined, or else surmised from some movement on Alessandro's part, and, laughing, threw off a chemise which she had upon her, and taking Alessandro's hand, laid it on her bosom, saying, Alessandro, dismiss thy foolish thought, feel here, and learn what I conceal. Alessandro obeyed, laying a hand upon the abbot's bosom, where he encountered two little teats, round, firm and delicate, as they had been of ivory, whereby he at once knew that 'twas a woman, and without awaiting further encouragement forthwith embraced her, and would have kissed her, when she said, Before thou art more familiar with me, hearken to what I have to say to thee. As thou mayst perceive, I am no man, but a woman. Virgin, I left my home, and was going to the Pope to obtain his sanction for my marriage, when, as fortune willed, whether for thy gain or my loss, no sooner had I seen thee the other day, than I burned for thee with such a flame of love as never yet had lady for any man. Wherefore I am minded to have thee for my husband rather than any other. So, if thou wilt not have me to wife, depart at once, and return to thine own place. Albeit he knew not who she was, Alessandro by the retinue which attended her conjectured that she must be noble and wealthy, and he saw that she was very fair. So it was not long before he answered that, if such were her pleasure, it was very much to his liking. Whereupon she sate up, set a ring on his finger, and espoused him before a tiny picture of our Lord, after which they embraced, and to their no small mutual satisfaction solaced themselves for the rest of the night. At daybreak Alessandro rose, and by preconcert with the lady, left the chamber as he had entered it, so that none knew where he had passed the night. Then, blithe at heart beyond measure, he rejoined the abbot and his train, and so, resuming their journey, they after many days arrived at Rome. They had not been there more than a few days, when the abbot, attended by the two knights and Alessandro, waited on the Pope, whom, after making the due obeisance, he thus addressed, Holy Father, as you must know better than any other, whoso intends to lead a true and honorable life ought, as far as may be, to shun all occasion of error, for which cause I, having a mind to live honorably, did, the better to accomplish my purpose, assume the habit in which you see me, and depart by stealth from the court of my father, the King of England, who was minded to marry me, young as you see me to be, to the aged King of Scotland, and, carrying with me not a little of his treasure, set my face hitherward that your holiness might bestow me in marriage. Nor was it the age of the King of Scotland that moved me to flee so much as fear lest the frailty of my youth should, were I married to him, betray me to commit some breach of divine law, and sully the honor of my father's royal blood. And as in this frame of mind I journeyed, God, who knows best what is meet for every one, did, as I believe, of his mercy shew me him whom he is pleased to appoint me for my husband, even this young man, pointing to Alessandro whom you see by my side, who for nobility of nature and bearing is a match for any great lady, though the strain of his blood, perhaps, be not of royal purity. Him therefore have I chosen. Him will I have, and no other, no matter what my father or any one else may think. And albeit the main purpose with which I started is fulfilled, yet I have thought good to continue my journey, that I may visit the holy and venerable places which abound in this city, and your holiness, and that so in your presence, and by consequence in the presence of others, I may renew my marriage vow with Alessandro, whereof God alone was witness. Wherefore I humbly pray you that God's will and mine may be also yours, and that you pronounce your benison thereon, that therewith, having the more firm assurance of the favor of him, whose vicar you are, we may both live together, and, when the time comes, die to God's glory and yours. Alessandro was filled with wonder and secret delight, when he heard that his wife was the daughter of the King of England, but greater still was the wonder of the two knights, and such their wrath that, had they been anywhere else than in the Pope's presence, they would not have spared to affront Alessandro, and perhaps the lady too. The Pope, on his part, found matter enough for wonder as well in the lady's habit as in her choice, but, knowing that he could not refuse, he consented to grant her request. He therefore began by smoothing the ruffled tempers of the knights, and having reconciled them with the lady and Alessandro, proceeded to put matters in train for the marriage. When the day appointed was come, he gave a great reception, at which were assembled all the cardinals and many other great lords, to whom he presented the lady royally robed, and looking so fair and so gracious that she won, as she deserved, the praise of all, and likewise Alessandro, splendidly arrayed, and bearing himself not a whit like the young usurer, but rather as one of royal blood, for which cause he received due honor from the knights. There, before the Pope himself, the marriage vows were solemnly renewed, and afterwards the marriage, which was accompanied by every circumstance that could add grace and splendor to the ceremony, received the sanction of his benediction. Alessandro and the lady on leaving Rome saw fit to visit Florence, whither fame had already wafted the news, so that they were received by the citizens with every token of honor. The lady set the three brothers at liberty, paying all their creditors, and reinstated them and their wives in their several properties. So, leaving gracious memories behind them, Alessandro and his lady, accompanied by Eglantine, quitted Florence, and arriving at Paris were honorably received by the king. The two knights went before them to England, and by their influence induced the king to restore the lady to his favor, and receive her and his son-in-law with every circumstance of joy and honor. Alessandro he soon afterwards knighted with unwonted ceremony, and bestowed on him the earldom of Cornwall. And such was the earl's consequence and influence at court that he restored peace between father and son, thereby conferring a great boon on the island and gaining the love and esteem of all the people. Eglantine, whom he knighted, recovered all the outstanding debts in full, and returned to Florence immensely rich. The earl passed the rest of his days with his lady in great renown. Indeed, there are those who say that with the help of his father-in-law he effected by his policy and valor the conquest of Scotland, and was crowned king of that country. Novel 4. Landolfo Ruffolo is reduced to poverty, turns corsair, is captured by Genos, is shipwrecked, escapes on a chest full of jewels, and, being cast ashore at Corfu, is hospitably entertained by a woman, and returns home wealthy. When Pampinea had brought her story to this glorious conclusion, Loretta, who sate next her, delayed not, but thus began: Most gracious ladies, the potency of fortune is never, methinks, more conspicuous than when she raises one, as in Pampinea's story we have seen her raise Alessandro, from abject misery to regal state. And such being the limits which our theme henceforth imposes on our invention, I shall feel no shame to tell a story wherein reverse is yet greater or compensated by a sequel somewhat less dazzling. While I know that my story, being compared with its predecessor, will therefore be followed with the less interest, but, failing of necessity, I shall be excused. Scarce any part of Italy is reputed so delectable as the sea-coast between Reggio and Gaeta, and in particular the slope which overlooks the sea by Salerno, and which the dwellers there call the slope of Amalfi, is studded with little towns, gardens and fountains, and peopled by men as wealthy and enterprising in mercantile affairs as are anywhere to be found in one of which towns, to wit, Ravello, rich as its inhabitants are today. There was formerly a merchant, who surpassed them all in wealth, Landolfo Ruffolo by name, who yet, not content with his wealth, but desiring to double it, came nigh to lose it all and his own life to boot. Know, then, that this man, having made his calculations, as merchants are wont, bought a great ship, which, entirely at his own expense, he loaded with divers sorts of merchandise, and sailed to Cyprus. There he found several other ships, each laden with just such a cargo as his own, and was therefore fain to dispose of his goods at a very cheap rate, insomuch that he might almost as well have thrown them away, and was brought to the verge of ruin. Mortified beyond measure to find himself thus reduced in a short space of time from opulence to something like poverty, he was at his wits' end, and rather than go home poor, having left home rich, he was minded to retrieve his losses by piracy or die in the attempt. So he sold his great ship, and with the price and the proceeds of the sale of his merchandise bought a light bark such as corsairs use, and having excellently well equipped her with the armament and all things else meet for such service, took to scouring the seas as a rover, preying upon all folk alike, but more particularly upon the Turk. In this enterprise he was more favored by fortune than in his trading adventures. A year had scarce gone by before he had taken so many ships from the Turk that not only had he recovered the fortune which he had lost in trade, but was well on the way to doubling it. The bitter memory of his late losses taught him sobriety. He estimated his gains and found them ample, and lest he should have a second fall, he schooled himself to rest content with them, and made up his mind to return home without attempting to add to them. Shy of adventuring once more in trade, he refrained from investing them in any way, but shaped his course for home, carrying them with him in the very same bark in which he had gotten them. He had already entered the archipelago when one evening a contrary wind sprang up from the southeast, bringing with it a very heavy sea, in which his bark could not well have lived. He therefore steered her into a bay under the lee of one of the islets, and there determined to await better weather. As he lay there, two great carracks of Genoa, homeward bound from Constantinople, found, not without difficulty, shelter from the tempest in the same bay. The masters of the carracks espied the bark, and found out to whom she belonged. The fame of Landolfo and his vast wealth had already reached them, and had excited their natural cupidity and rapacity. They therefore determined to capture the bark, which lay without means of escape. Part of their men, well armed with crossbows and other weapons, they accordingly sent ashore, so posting them that no one could leave the bark without being exposed to the bolts. The rest took to their boats, and rowed up to the side of Landolfo's little craft, which in a little time, with little trouble and no loss or risk, they captured with all aboard her. They then cleared the bark of all she contained, allowing Landolfo, whom they set aboard one of the carracks, only a pitiful doublet, and sunk her. Next day the wind shifted, and the carracks set sail on a westerly course, which they kept prosperously enough throughout the day, but towards evening a tempest arose, and the sea became very boisterous, so that the two ships were parted one from the other. And such was the fury of the gale that the ship, aboard which was poor, hapless Landolfo, was driven with prodigious force upon a shoal off the island of Ephelonia, and broke up and went to pieces like so much glass dashed against a wall. Wherefore the unfortunate rafts that were aboard her, launched amid the floating merchandise and chests and planks with which the sea was strewn, did as men commonly do in such a case, and, though the night was of the murkiest, and the sea rose and fell in mountainous surges, such as could swim sought to catch hold of whatever chance brought in their way. Among whom hapless Landolfo, who only the day before had again and again prayed for death, rather than he should return home in such poverty, now, seeing death imminent, was afraid and, like the rest, laid hold of the first plank that came to hand, in the hope that, if he could but avoid immediate drowning, God would in some way aid his escape. Gripping the beam with his legs as best he might, while wind and wave tossed him hither and thither, he contrived to keep himself afloat until broad day, when, looking around him, he discerned nothing but clouds and sea and a chest, which, borne by the wave, from time to time drew nigh him to his extreme terror, for he apprehended it might strike against the plank, and do him a mischief, and ever, as it came near him, he pushed it off with all the little force he had in his hand. But, as it happened, a sudden gust of wind swept down upon the sea, and struck the chest with such force that it was driven against the plank on which Landolfo was, and upset it, and Landolfo went under the waves. Swimming with an energy begotten rather of fear than of strength, he rose to the surface only to see the plank so far from him that, doubting he could not reach it, he made for the chest, which was close at hand, and resting his breast upon the lid, he did what he could to keep it straight with his arms. In this manner, tossed to and fro by the sea, without tasting food, for not a morsel had he with him, and drinking more than he cared for, knowing not where he was, and seeing nothing but the sea, he remained all that day, and the following night. The next day, as the will of God, or the force of the wind so ordered, more like a sponge than aught else, but still with both hands holding fast by the edges of the chest, as we see those do that clutch aught to save themselves from drowning, he was at length borne to the coast of the island of Corfu, where by chance a poor woman was just then scrubbing her kitchenware with sand and salt water to make it shine. The woman caught sight of him as he drifted shorewards, but making out only a shapeless mass, was at first startled, and shrieked and drew back. Landolfo was scarce able to see, and uttered no sound, for his power of speech was gone. However, when the sea brought him close to the shore, she distinguished the shape of the chest, and gazing more intently, she first made out the arm strained over the chest, and then discerned the face and divined the truth. So, prompted by pity, she went out a little way into the sea, which was then calm, took him by the hair of the head, and drew him to land, chest and all. Then, not without difficulty, she disengaged his hands from the chest, which she set on the head of a little girl, her daughter, that was with her, carried him home like a little child, and set him in a bath, where she chafed and claved him with warm water, until, the vital heat and some part of the strength which he had lost being restored, she saw fit to take him out and regale him with some good wine and comfits. Thus for some days she tended him as best she could, until he recovered his strength, and knew where he was. Then, in due time, the good woman, who had kept his chest safe, gave it back to him, and bade him try his fortune. Landolfo could not recall the chest, but took it when she brought it to him, thinking that, however slight its value, it must suffice for a few days' charges. He found it very light, and quite lost hope, but when the good woman was out of doors, he opened it to see what was inside, and found there a great number of precious stones, some set, others unset. Having some knowledge of such matters, he saw at a glance that the stones were of great value, wherefore, feeling that he was still not forsaken by God, he praised his name, and quite recovered heart. But, having in a brief space of time been twice shrewdly hit by the bolts of fortune, he was apprehensive of a third blow, and deemed it meet to use much circumspection in conveying his treasure home, so he wrapped it up in rags as best he could, telling the good woman that he had no more use for the chest, but she might keep it if she wished, and give him a sack in exchange. This the good woman readily did, and he, thanking her as heartily as he could for the service she had rendered him, threw his sack over his shoulders, and, taking ship, crossed to Brindisi. Thence he made his way by the coast as far as Trani, where he found some of his townsfolk that were drapers, to whom he narrated all his adventures except that of the chest. They in charity gave him a suit of clothes, and lent him a horse and their escort as far as Gravello, whither, he said, he was minded to return. There, thanking God for bringing him safe home, he opened his sack, and examining its contents with more care than before, found the number and fashion of the stones to be such that the sale of them at a moderate price, or even less, would leave him twice as rich as when he left Ravello. So, having disposed of his stones, he sent a large sum of money to Corfu in recompense of the service done him by the good woman who had rescued him from the sea, and also to his friends at Trani who had furnished him with the clothes the residue he retained, and, making no more ventures in trade, lived and died in honorable estate. Novel 5. Andriquio da Perugia comes to Naples to buy horses, meets with 3 serious adventures in one night, comes safe out of them all, and returns home with a ruby. Landolfo's find of stones, began Ficametta, on whom the narration now fell, has brought to my mind a story in which there are scarce fewer perilous apes than in Clorette's story, but with this difference that, instead of a course of perhaps several years, a single night, as you shall hear, sufficed for their occurrence. In Perugia, by what I once gathered, there lived a young man, Andriquio di Pietro by name, a horse dealer, who, having learned that horses were to be had cheap at Naples, put 500 florins of gold in his purse, and in company with some other merchants went thither, never having been away from home before. On his arrival at Naples, which was on a Sunday evening, about vespers, he learned from his host that the fair would be held on the following morning. Thither accordingly he then repaired, and looked at many horses which pleased him much, and cheapening them more and more, and failing to strike a bargain with any one, he from time to time, being raw and unwary, drew out his purse of florins in view of all that came and went, to shew that he meant business. While he was thus taffering, and after he had shewn his purse, there chanced to come by a Sicilian girl, fair as fair could be, but ready to pleasure any man for a small consideration. He did not see her, but she saw him and his purse, and forthwith said to herself, "Who would be in better luck than I if all those florins were mine?" And so she passed on. With the girl was an old woman, also a Sicilian, who, when she saw Andriquio, dropped behind the girl, and ran towards him, making as if she would tenderly embrace him. The girl observing this said nothing, but stopped and waited a little way off for the old woman to rejoin her. Andriquio turned as the old woman came up, recognized her, and greeted her very cordially, but time and place not permitting much converse, she left him, promising to visit him at his inn, and he resumed his taffering, but bought nothing that morning. Her old woman's intimate acquaintance with Andriquio had no more escaped the girl's notice than the contents of Andriquio's purse, and with the view of devising, if possible, some way to make the money, either in whole or in part, her own, she began cautiously to ask the old woman, who and whence he was, what he did there, and how she came to know him. The old woman gave her almost as much and as circumstantial information touching Andriquio and his affairs as he might have done himself, for she had lived a great while with his father, first in Sicily, and afterwards at Perugia. She likewise told the girl the name of his inn, and the purpose with which he had come to Naples. Thus fully armed with the names and all else that it was needful for her to know touching Andriquio's kith and kin, the girl founded thereon her hopes of gratifying her cupidity, and forthwith devised a cunning stratagem to effect her purpose. Home she went, and gave the old woman work enough to occupy her all day, that she might not be able to visit Andriquio. Then, summoning to her aid a little girl whom she had well trained for such services, she sent her about vespers to the inn where Andriquio lodged. Arrived there, the little girl asked for Andriquio of Andriquio himself, who chanced to be just outside the gate. On his answering that he was the man, she took him aside, and said, "Sir, a lady of this country, so please you, would fain speak with you." Whereto he listened with all his ears, and having a great conceit of his person, made up his mind that the lady was in love with him, as if there were ne'er another handsome fellow in Naples but himself. So forthwith he replied, that he would wait on the lady, and asked where and when it would be her pleasure to speak with him. "Sir," replied the little girl, "she expects you in her own house, if you be pleased to come." "Let on then, I follow thee," said Andriquil promptly, vouchsafing never a word to any in the inn. So the little girl guided him to her mistress's house, which was situated in a quarter the character of which may be inferred from its name, Evil Hole. Of this, however, he neither knew nor suspected aught, but, supposing that the quarter was perfectly reputable and that he was going to see a sweet lady, strode carelessly behind the little girl into the house of her mistress, whom she summoned by calling out, "Andriquil is here," and Andriquil then saw her advance to the head of the stairs to await his ascent. She was tall, still in the freshness of her youth, very fair of face, and very richly and nobly clad. As Andriquil approached, she descended 3 steps to meet him with open arms, and clasped him round the neck, but for a while stood silent as if from excess of tenderness. Then, bursting into a flood of tears, she kissed his brow, and in slightly broken accents said, "Oh Andriquil, welcome, welcome, my Andriquil." Quite lost in wonder to be the recipient of such caresses, Andriquil could only answer, "Madam, well met." Whereupon she took him by the hand, led him up into her saloon, and thence without another word into her chamber, which exhaled throughout the blended fragrance of roses, orange blossoms, and other perfumes. He observed a handsome curtained bed, dresses in plenty hanging, as is customary in that country, on pegs, and other appointments very fair and sumptuous, which sights, being strange to him, confirmed his belief that he was in the house of no other than a great lady. They sate down side by side on a chest at the foot of the bed, and thus she began to speak. "Andriquil, I cannot doubt that thou dost marvel both at the caresses which I bestow upon thee, and at my tears, seeing that thou knowest me not, and, maybe, hast never so much as heard my name. Wait but a moment, and thou shalt learn what perhaps will cause thee to marvel still more, to wit, that I am thy sister, and I tell thee, that, since of God's especial grace it is granted me to see one, albeit I would fain see all, of my brothers before I die, I shall not meet death, when the hour comes, without consolation. But thou, perchance, hast never heard aught of this, wherefore listen to what I shall say to thee. Pietro, my father and thine, as I suppose thou mayst have heard, dwelt a long while at Palermo, where his good heart and gracious bearing caused him to be as he still is much beloved by all that knew him, but by none was he loved so much as by a gentlewoman, afterwards my mother, then a widow, who, casting aside all respect for her father and brothers, and her honor, grew so intimate with him that a child was born, which child am I, thy sister, whom thou seest before thee. Shortly after my birth it so befell that Pietro must needs leave Palermo and return to Perugia, and I, his little daughter, was left behind with my mother at Palermo, nor, so far as I have been able to learn, did he ever again bestow a thought upon either of us. Wherefore, to say nothing of the love which he should have borne me, his daughter, by no servant or woman of low degree, I should, were he not my father, gravely censure the ingratitude which he shewed towards my mother, who, prompted by a most loyal love, committed her fortune and herself to his keeping, without so much as knowing who he was. But to what end? The wrongs of long ago are much more easily censured than redressed. Enough that so it was. He left me a little girl at Palermo, where, when I was grown to be almost as thou seest me, my mother, who was a rich lady, gave me in marriage to an honest gentleman of the Girgenti family, who for love of my mother and myself settled in Palermo, and there, being a staunch Guelph, entered into correspondence with our King Charles, which being discovered by King Frederick before the time was ripe for action, we had perforce to flee from Sicily just when I was expecting to become the greatest lady that ever was in the island. So, taking with us such few things as we could, few, I say, in comparison of the abundance which we possessed, we bade adieu to our estates and palaces, and found a refuge in this country, and such favor with King Charles that, in partial compensation for the losses which we had sustained on his account, he has granted us estates and houses and an ample pension, which he regularly pays to my husband and thy brother-in-law, as thou mayst yet see. In this manner I live here, but that I am blessed with the sight of thee, I ascribe entirely to the mercy of God, and no thanks to thee, my sweet brother." So saying, she embraced him again, and melting anew into tears kissed his brow. This story, so onerous, so consistent in every detail, came trippingly and without the least hesitancy from her tongue. Andriquil remembered that his father had indeed lived at Palermo. He knew by his own experience the ways of young folk, how prone they are to love. He saw her melt into tears, he felt her embraces and sisterly kisses, and he took all she said for gospel. So when she had done, he answered, "Madam, it should not surprise you that I marvel, seeing that, in sooth, my father, for whatever cause, said never a word of you and your mother, or, if he did so, it came not to my knowledge, so that I knew no more of you than if you had not been. Wherefore, the lonelier I am here, and the less hope I had of such good luck, the better pleased I am to have found here my sister. And indeed, I know not any man, however exalted his station, who ought not to be well pleased to have such a sister, much more than I, who am but a petty merchant. But, I pray you, resolve me of one thing, how came you to know that I was here?" Then answered she, "'Twas told me this morning by a poor woman who is much about the house, because, as she tells me, she was long in the service of our father both at Palermo and at Perugia, and, but that it seemed more fitting that thou shouldst come to see me at home than that I should visit thee at an inn, I had long ago sought thee out." She then began to inquire particularly after all his kinsfolk by name, and Candriquil, becoming ever more firmly persuaded of that which it was least for his good to believe, answered all her questions. Their conversation being thus prolonged and the heat great, she had Greek wine and sweetmeats brought in, and gave Candriquil to drink, and when towards supper time he made as if he would leave, she would in no wise suffer it, but, fainting to be very much vexed, she embraced him, saying, "Alas! Now 'tis plain how little thou carest for me, to think that thou art with thy sister, whom thou seest for the first time, and in her own house, where thou shouldst have alighted on thine arrival, and thou wouldst fain depart hence to go sup at an inn. Nay, but, for certain, thou shalt sup with me, and albeit, to my great regret, my husband is not here, thou shalt see that I can do a lady's part in shewing thee honor." Candriquil, not knowing what else to say, replied, "Sister, I care for you with all a brother's affection, but if I go not, supper will await me all the evening at the inn, and I shall justly be taxed with discourtesy." Then said she, "Blessed be God, there is even now in the house one by whom I can send word that they are not to expect thee at the inn, albeit thou wouldst far better discharge the debt of courtesy by sending word to thy friends, that they come here to sup, and then, if go thou must, you might all go in a body." Candriquil replied, that he would have none of his friends that evening, but since she would have him stay, he would even do her the pleasure. She then made a shew of sending word to the inn that they should not expect him at dinner. Much more talk followed, and then they sate down to a supper of many courses splendidly served, which she unningly protracted until nightfall, nor, when they were risen from table, and Candriquil was about to take his departure, would she by any means suffer it, saying that Naples was no place to walk about in after dark, least of all for a stranger, and that, as she had sent word to the inn that they were not to expect him at supper, so she had done the like in regard of his bed. Believing what she said, and being in his false confidence overjoyed to be with her, he stayed. After supper there was matter enough for talk both various and prolonged, and, when the night was in a measure spent, she gave up her own chamber to Candriquil, leaving him with a small boy to shew him aught that he might have need of, while she retired with her women to another chamber. It was a very hot night, so, no sooner was Andriquil alone than he stripped himself to his doublet, and drew off his stockings and laid them on the babe's head, and nature demanding a discharge of the surplus weight which he carried within him, he asked the lad where this might be done, and was shewn a door in a corner of the room, and told to go in there. Androcuil, nothing doubting, did so, but, by ill luck, set his foot on a plank which was detached from the joist at the further end, whereby down it went, and he with it. By God's grace he took no hurt by the fall, though it was from some height, beyond sousing himself from head to foot in the order which filled the whole place, which, that you may the better understand what has been said, and that which is to follow, I will describe to you. A narrow and blind alley, such as we commonly see between two houses, was spanned by planks supported by joists on either side, and on the planks was the stool, of which planks that which fell with Androcuil was one. Now Androcuil, finding himself down there in the alley, fell to calling on the lad, who, as soon as he heard him fall, had run off, and promptly let the lady know what had happened. She hastened forthwith to her chamber, and after a hasty search found Androcuil's clothes and the money in them, for he foolishly thought to secure himself against risk by carrying it always on his person, and thus being possessed of the prize for which she had played her ruse, passing herself off as the sister of a man of Perugia, whereas she was really of Palermo. She concerned herself no further with Androcuil except to close with all speed the door by which he had gone out when he fell. As the lad did not answer, Androcuil began to shout more loudly, but all to no purpose, whereby his suspicions were aroused, and he began at last to perceive the trick that had been played upon him. So he climbed over a low wall that divided the alley from the street, and hied him to the door of the house, which he knew very well. There for a long while he stood shouting and battering the door till it shook on its hinges, but all again to no purpose. No doubt of his misadventure now lurking in his mind, he fell to bewailing himself, saying, "Alas! In how brief a time have I lost 500 florins and a sister," with much more of the like sort. Then he recommenced battering the door and shouting, to such a tune that not a few of the neighbors were roused, and finding the nuisance intolerable, got up, and one of the lady's servant girls presented herself at the window with a very sleepy air, and said angrily, "Who knocks below there?" "Oh," said Androcuil, "dost not know me? I am Androcuil, Madame Ficordalaso's brother." "Good man," she rejoined, "if thou hast had too much to drink, go, sleep it off, and come back tomorrow. I know not Androcuil, nor aught of the fantastic stuff thou pratest. Prithee begone, and be so good as to let us sleep in peace." "How," said Androcuil, "dost not understand what I say? For sure thou dost understand, but if Sicilian kinships are of such a sort that folk forget them so soon, at least return me my clothes, which I left within, and right glad shall I be to be off." Half laughing she rejoined, "Good man, methinks thou dost dream," and, so saying, she withdrew and closed the window. Androcuil by this time needed no further evidence of his wrongs. His wrath knew no bounds, and mortification well nigh converted it into frenzy. He was minded to exact by force what he had failed to obtain by entreaties, and so, arming himself with a large stone, he renewed his attack upon the door with fury, dealing much heavier blows than at first. Wherefore, not a few of the neighbors, whom he had already roused from their beds, set him down as an ill-conditioned rogue, and his story as a mere fiction intended to annoy the good woman, and resenting the din which he now made, came to their windows, just as, when a stranger dog makes his appearance, all the dogs of the quarter will run to bark at him, and called out in chorus, "'Tis a gross affront to come at this time of night to the house of the good woman with this silly story. Prithee, good man, let us sleep in peace. Begone in God's name, and if thou hast a score to settle with her, come tomorrow, but a truce to thy pestering tonight." Emboldened, perhaps, by these words, a man who lurked within the house, the good woman's bully, whom Androcuil had as yet neither seen nor heard, shewed himself at the window, and said in a gruff voice and savage, menacing tone, "Who is below there?" Androcuil looked up in the direction of the voice, and saw standing at the window, yawning and rubbing his eyes as if he had just been roused from his bed, or at any rate from deep sleep, a fellow with a black and matted beard, who, as far as Androquil's means of judging went, bade fair to prove a most redoubtable champion. It was not without fear, therefore, that he replied, "I am a brother of the lady who is within." The bully did not wait for him to finish his sentence, but, addressing him in a much sterner tone than before, called out, "I know not why I come not down and give thee play with my cudgel, whilst thou givest me sign of life, ass, tedious driveler that thou must needs be, and drunk and sot, thus to disturb our night's rest." Which said, he withdrew and closed the window. Some of the neighbors who best knew the bully's quality gave Androquil fair words. "For God's sake," said they, "good man, take thyself off, stay not here to be murdered. 'Twere best for thee to go." These counsels, which seemed to be dictated by charity, reinforced the fear which the voice and aspect of the bully had inspired in Androquil, who, thus despairing of recovering his money and in the deepest of dumps, set his face towards the quarter whence in the daytime he had blindly followed the little girl, and began to make his way back to the inn. But so noisome was the stench which he emitted that he resolved to turn aside and take a bath in the sea. So he bore leftward up a street called Ruga Catalana, and was on his way towards the steep of the city, when by chance he saw two men coming towards him, bearing a lantern, and fearing that they might be patrols or other men who might do him a mischief, he stole away and hid himself in a dismantled house to avoid them. The house, however, was presently entered by the two men, just as if they had been guided thither, and one of them having disburdened himself of some iron tools which he carried on his shoulder, they both began to examine them, passing meanwhile divers comments upon them. While they were thus occupied, "What," said one, "means this? Such a stench as never before did I smell the like." So saying, he raised the lantern a little whereby they had a view of hapless Androquil, and asked in amazement, "Who is there?" Whereupon Androquil was at first silent, but when they flashed the light close upon him, and asked him what he did there in such a filthy state, he told them all that had befallen him. Casting about to fix the place where it occurred, they said one to another, "Of a surety 'twas in the house of Sarabone Buttafuoco." Then said one, turning to Androquil, "Good man, albeit thou hast lost thy money, thou hast cause enough to praise God that thou hadst the luck to fall, for hadst thou not fallen, be sure that, no sooner wert thou asleep, than thou hadst been knocked on the head, and lost not only thy money but thy life. But what boots it now to bewail thee? Thou mightest as soon pluck a star from the firmament as recover a single dinar, nay, 'tis as much as thy life is worth if he do but hear that thou breathest a word of the affair." The two men then held a short consultation, at the close of which they said, "Lo, now we are sorry for thee, and so we make thee a fair offer. If thou wilt join with us in a little matter which we have in hand, we doubt not but thy share of the gain will greatly exceed what thou hast lost." Androquil, being now desperate, answered that he was ready to join them. Now Messer Filippo Minutolo, Archbishop of Naples, had that day been buried with a ruby on his finger, worth over 500 florins of gold, besides other ornaments of extreme value. The two men were minded to despoil the Archbishop of his fine trappings, and imparted their design to Androquil, who, cupidity getting the better of caution, approved it, and so they all three set forth. But as they were on their way to the cathedral, Androquil gave out so rank an odor that one said to the other, "Can we not contrive that he somehow wash himself a little, that he stink not so shrewdly?" "Why yes," said the other, "we are now close to a well, which is never without the pulley and a large bucket, 'tis but a step thither, and we will wash him out of hand." Arrived at the well, they found that the rope was still there, but the bucket had been removed, so they determined to attach him to the rope, and lower him into the well, there to wash himself, which done, he was to jerk the rope, and they would draw him up. Lowered accordingly he was, but just as, now washen, he jerked the rope, it so happened that a company of patrols, being thirsty because 'twas a hot night and some rogue had led them a pretty dance, came to the well to drink. The two men fled, unobserved, as soon as they caught sight of the newcomers, who, parched with thirst, laid aside their bucklers, arms and serrotes, and fell to hauling on the rope, that it bore the bucket, full of water. When, therefore, they saw Androquil, as he neared the brink of the well, loose the rope and clutch the brink with his hands, they were stricken with a sudden terror, and without uttering a word let go the rope, and took to flight with all the speed they could make. Whereat Androquil marvelled mightily, and had he not kept a tight grip on the brink of the well, he would certainly have gone back to the bottom and hardly have escaped grievous hurt, or death. Still greater was his astonishment, when, fairly landed on terra firma, he found the patrol's arms lying there, which he knew had not been carried by his comrades. He felt a vague dread, he knew not why he bewailed once more his evil fortune, and without venturing to touch the arms, he left the well and wandered he knew not whither. As he went, however, he fell in with his two comrades, now returning to draw him out of the well, who no sooner saw him than in utter amazement they demanded who had hauled him up. Androquil answered that he knew not, and then told them in detail how it had come about, and what he had found beside the well. They laughed as they apprehended the circumstances, and told him why they had fled, and who they were that had hauled him up. Then without further parley, for it was now midnight, they tied them to the cathedral. They had no difficulty in entering and finding the tomb, which was a magnificent structure of marble, and with their iron implements they raised the lid, albeit it was very heavy, to a height sufficient to allow a man to enter, and propped it up. This done, a dialogue ensued. "Who shall go in?" said one. "Not I," said the other. "Nor I," rejoined his companion. "Let Androquil go in." "That will not I," said Androquil. Whereupon both turned upon him and said, "How? Thou wilt not go in? By God, if thou goest not in, we will give thee that over the pate with one of these iron grabbers that thou shalt drop down dead." Terror-stricken, into the tomb Androquil went, saying to himself as he did so, "These men will have me go in, that they may play a trick upon me when I have handed everything up to them, and am sweating myself to get out of the tomb. They will be off about their business, and I shall be left, with nothing for my pains." So he determined to make sure of his own part first, and bethinking him of the precious ring of which he had heard them speak, as soon as he had completed the descent, he drew the ring off the archbishop's finger, and put it on his own. He then handed up one by one the rosier, mitre and gloves, and other of the archbishop's trappings, stripping him to his shirt, which done, he told his comrades that there was nothing more. They insisted that the ring must be there, and bade him search everywhere. This he feigned to do, adulating from time to time that he found it not, and thus he kept them a little while in suspense. But they, who were in their way as cunning as he, kept on exhorting him to make a careful search, and, seizing their opportunity, withdrew the prop that supported the lid of the tomb, and took to their heels, leaving him there a close prisoner. You will readily conceive how Androquil behaved when he understood his situation. More than once he applied his head and shoulders to the lid and sought with might and main to heave it up, but all his efforts were fruitless, so that at last, overwhelmed with anguish, he fell in a swoon on the corpse of the archbishop. And whether of the twain were the more lifeless, Androquil or the archbishop, too would have puzzled an observer to determine. When he came to himself he burst into a torrent of tears, seeing now nothing in store for him but either to perish there of hunger and fetid odors beside the corpse and among the worms, or, should the tomb be earlier opened, to be taken and hanged as a thief. These most lugubrious meditations were interrupted by a sound of persons walking and talking in the church. They were evidently a numerous company, and their purpose, as Androquil surmised, was the very same with which he and his comrades had come thither, whereby his terror was mightily increased. Presently the folk opened the tomb, and propped up the lid, and then fell to disputing as to who should go in. None was willing, and the contention was protracted, but at length one 'twas a priest said, "Of what are ye afeard? Think ye to be eaten by him? Nay, the dead eat not the living. I will go in myself." So saying he propped his breast upon the edge of the lid, drew his head back, and thrust his legs within, that he might go down feet foremost. On sight whereof Androquil started to his feet, and seizing hold of one of the priest's legs, made as if he would drag him down, which caused the priest to utter a prodigious yell, and bundle himself out of the tomb with no small celerity. The rest took to flight in a panic, as if 100,000 devils were at their heels. The tomb being thus left open, Candriquio, the ring still on his finger, sprang out. The way by which he had entered the church served him for egress, and roaming at random, he arrived towards daybreak at the coast. Diverging thence he came by chance upon his inn, where he found that his host and his comrades had been anxious about him all night. When he told them all that had befallen him, they joined with the host in advising him to leave Naples at once. He accordingly did so, and returned to Perugia, having invested in a ring the money with which he had intended to buy horses. Novel 6. Madame Baratola loses 2 sons, is found with 2 kids on an island, goes thence to Lunigiana, where one of her sons takes service with her master, and lies with his daughter, for which he is put in prison. Sicily rebels against King Charles, the son is recognized by the mother, marries the master's daughter, and, his brother being discovered, is reinstated in great honor. The ladies and the young men alike had many a hearty laugh over Ficometta's narrative of Candriquio's adventures, which ended, Amelia, at the Queen's command. Thus began, grave and grievous are the vicissitudes with which fortune makes us acquainted, and as discourse of such matter serves to awaken our minds, which are so readily lulled to sleep by her flatteries, I deem it worthy of attentive hearing by all, whether they enjoy her favor or endure her frown, in that it ministers counsel to the one sort and consolation to the other. Wherefore, albeit great matters have preceded it, I mean to tell you a story, not less true than touching, of adventures whereof the issue was indeed felicitous, but the antecedent bitterness so long drawn out that scarce can I believe that it was ever sweetened by ensuing happiness. Dearest ladies, you must know that after the death of the Emperor Frederick VII, the crown of Sicily passed to Manfred, whose favor was enjoyed in the highest degree by a gentleman of Naples, Caragetto Capice by name, who had to wife Madonna Baratola Cariciola, a fair and gracious lady, likewise a Neapolitan. Now when Manfred was conquered and slain by King Charles I, at Benevento, and the whole realm transferred its allegiance to the conqueror, Caragetto, who was then governor of Sicily, no sooner received the tidings than he prepared for instant flight, knowing that little reliance was to be placed on the fleeting faith of the Sicilians, and not being minded to become a subject of his master's enemy. But the Sicilians having intelligence of his plans, he and many other friends and servants of King Manfred were surprised, taken prisoners and delivered over to King Charles, to whom the whole island was soon afterwards surrendered. In this signal reversal of the wonted course of things Madame Baratola, knowing not what was become of Caragetto, and from the past ever auguring future evil, lest she should suffer foul dishonor, abandoned all that she possessed, and with a son of, perhaps, 8 years, Giusfredic by name, being also pregnant, fled in a boat to Lipari, where she gave birth to another male child, whom she named Outcast. Then with her sons and a hired nurse she took ship for Naples, intending there to rejoin her family. Events, however, fell out otherwise than she expected, for by stress of weather the ship was carried out of her course to the desert island of Ponza, where they put into a little bay until such time as they might safely continue their voyage. Madame Baratola landed with the rest on the island, and, leaving them all, sought out a lonely and secluded spot, and there abandoned herself to melancholy brooding on the loss of her dear Caragetto. While thus she spent her days in solitary preoccupation with her grief, it chanced that a galley of corsairs swooped down upon the island, and, before either the mariners or any other folk were aware of their peril, made an easy capture of them all and sailed away, so that, when Madame Baratola, her wailing for that day ended, returned, as was her wont, to the shore to solace herself with the sight of her sons, she found none there. At first she was lost in wonder, then with a sudden suspicion of the truth she bent her eyes seaward, and there saw the galley still at no great distance, towing the ship in her wake. thus apprehending beyond all manner of doubt that she had lost her sons as well as her husband, and that, alone, desolate and destitute, she might not hope that any of her lost ones would ever be restored to her, she fell down on the shore in a swoon with the names of her husband and sons upon her lips. None was there to administer cold water or aught else that might recall her truant powers. Her animal spirits might even wander whithersoever they would at their sweet will. Strength, however, did at last return to her poor exhausted frame, and therewith tears and lamentations, as, plaintively repeating her sons' names, she roamed in quest of them from cavern to cavern. Long time she sought them thus, but when she saw that her labor was in vain, and that night was closing in, hope, she knew not why, began to return, and with it some degree of anxiety on her own account. Wherefore she left the shore and returned to the cavern where she had been wont to indulge her plaintive mood. She passed the night in no small fear and indescribable anguish. The new day came, and, as she had not supped, she was fain after tears to appease her hunger, as best she could, by a breakfast of herbs. This done, she wept and began to ruminate on her future way of life. While thus engaged, she observed a she-goat come by and go into an adjacent cavern, and after a while come forth again and go into the wood. Thus roused from her reverie, she got up, went into the cavern from which the she-goat had issued, and there saw 2 kids, which might have been born that very day, and seemed to her the sweetest and the most delicious things in the world. And, having, by reason of her recent delivery, milk still within her, she took them up tenderly, and set them to her breast. They, nothing loath, sucked at her teats as if she had been their own dam, and thenceforth made no distinction between her and the dam, which caused the lady to feel that she had found company in the desert, and so, living on herbs and water, weeping as often as she bethought her of her husband and sons and her past life, she disposed herself to live and die there, and became no less familiar with the she-goat than with her young. The gentle lady thus leading the life of a wild creature, it chanced that after some months' stress of weather brought a pisoned ship to the very same bay in which she had landed. The ship lay there for several days, having on board a gentleman, Corrado de Malespini by name, of the same family as the Marquis, who with his noble and most devout lady was returning home from a pilgrimage, having visited all the holy places in the realm of Capulia. To beguile the tedium of the sojourn, Corrado with his lady, some servants and his dogs, set forth one day upon a tour through the island. As they neared the place where Madame Beretola dwelt, Corrado's dogs, on view of the 2 kids, which, now of a fair size, were grazing, gave chase. The kids, pursued by the dogs, made straight for Madame Beretola's cavern. She, seeing what was toward, started to her feet, caught up a stick, and drove the dogs back. Corrado and his lady, coming up after the dogs, gazed on Madame Beretola, now tanned and lean and hairy, with wonder, which she more than reciprocated. At her request Corrado called off the dogs, and then he and his lady besought her again and again to say who she was and what she did there. So she told them all about herself, her rank, her misfortunes, and the savage life which she was minded to lead. Corrado, who had known Corrado Capiz very well, was moved to tears by compassion, and exhausted all his eloquence to induce her to change her mind, offering to escort her home, or to take her to live with him in honorable estate as his sister until God should vouchsafe her kindlier fortune. The lady, declining all his offers, Corrado left her with his wife, whom he bade see that food was brought thither, and let Madame Beretola, who was all in rags, have one of her own dresses to wear, and do all that she could to persuade her to go with them. So the gentle lady stayed with Madame Beretola, and after condoling with her at large on her misfortunes, had food and clothing brought to her, and with the greatest difficulty in the world prevailed upon her to eat and dress herself. At last, after much beseeching, she induced her to depart from her oft-declared intention never to go where she might meet any that knew her, and accompany them to Lunigiana, taking with her the 2 kids and the dam, which latter had in the meantime returned, and to the gentle lady's great surprise had greeted Madame Beretola with the utmost affection. So with the return of fair weather Madame Beretola, taking with her the dam and the 2 kids, embarked with Corrado and his lady on their ship, being called by them for her true name was not to be known of all Avricula, and the wind holding fair, they speedily reached the mouth of the Megra, and landing hied them to Corrado's castle, where Madame Baratola abode with Corrado's lady in the quality of her maid, serving her well and faithfully, wearing widow's weeds, and feeding and tending her kids with assiduous and loving care. The corsairs, who, not espying Madame Baratola, had left her at Ponza when they took the ship on which she had come thither, had made a course to Genoa, taking with them all the other folk. On their arrival the owners of the galley shared the booty, and so it happened that as part thereof Madame Baratola's nurse and her 2 boys fell to the lot of one Messer Gasparino Doria, who sent all 3 to his house, being minded to keep them there as domestic slaves. The nurse, beside herself with grief at the loss of her mistress and the woeful plight in which she found herself and her 2 charges, shed many a bitter tear, but, seeing that they were unavailing, and that she and the boys were slaves together, she, having, for all her low estate, her share of wit and good sense, made it her first care to comfort them. Then, regardful of the condition to which they were reduced, she bethought her, that, if the lads were recognized, 2 would very likely be injurious to them. So, still hoping that some time or another fortune would change her mood, and they be able, if living, to regain their lost estate, she resolved to let none know who they were, until she saw fitting occasion, and accordingly, whenever she was questioned thereof by any, she gave them out as her own children. The name of the elder she changed from Giusfredi to Giannotta di Procida. The name of the younger she did not think it worth while to change. She spared no pains to make Giusfredi understand the reason why she had changed his name, and the risk which he might run if he were recognized. This she impressed upon him not once only but many times, and the boy, who was apt to learn, followed the instructions of the wise nurse with perfect exactitude. So the 2 boys, ill-clad and worse-shod, continued with the nurse in Messer Gasparino's house for 2 years, patiently performing all kinds of menial offices. But Giannotta, being now 16 years old, and of a spirit that consorted ill with servitude, brooked not the baseness of his lot, and dismissed himself from Messer Gasparino's service by getting aboard a galley bound for Alexandria, and travelled far and wide, and fared never the better. In the course of his wanderings he learned that his father, whom he had supposed to be dead, was still living, but kept in prison under watch and ward by King Charles. He was grown a tall handsome young man, when, perhaps 3 or 4 years after he had given Messer Gasparino the slip, weary of roaming and all but despairing of his fortune, he came to Lunigiana, and by chance took service with Corrado Malaspini, who found him handy, and was well pleased with him. His mother, who was in attendance on Corrado's lady, he seldom saw, and never recognized her, nor she him. So much had time changed both from their former aspect since they last met. While Giannotta was thus in the service of Corrado, it fell out by the death of Niccolò di Grignano that his widow, Spina, Corrado's daughter, returned to her father's house. Very fair she was and lovable, her age not more than 16 years, and so it was that she saw Giannotta with favor, and he her, and both fell ardently in love with one another. Their passion was early gratified, but several months elapsed before any detected its existence. Wherefore, growing overbold, they began to dispense with the precautions which such an affair demanded. So one day, as they walked with others through a wood, where the trees grew fair and close, the girl and Giannotta left the rest of the company some distance behind, and, thinking that they were well in advance, found a fair pleasaun girt in with trees and carpeted with abundance of grass and flowers, and fell to solacing themselves after the manner of lovers. Long time they thus dallied, though such was their delight that all too brief it seemed to them, and so it befell that they were surprised first by the girl's mother and then by Corrado. Pained beyond measure by what he had seen, Corrado, without assigning any cause, had them both arrested by 3 of his servants and taken in chains to one of his castles, where in a frenzy of passionate wrath he left them, resolved to put them to an ignominious death. The girl's mother was also very angry, and deemed her daughter's fall deserving of the most rigorous chastisement. But, when by one of Corrado's chance words she divined the doom which he destined for the guilty pair, she could not reconcile herself to it, and hasted to intercede with her angry husband, beseeching him to refrain the impetuous wrath which would hurry him in his old age to murder his daughter and embruise his hands in the blood of his servant, and bend it in some other way, as by close confinement and duress, whereby the culprits should be brought to repent them of their fault in tears. Thus, and with much more to the like effect, the devout lady urged her suit, and at length prevailed upon her husband to abandon his murderous design. Wherefore, he commanded that the pair should be confined in separate prisons, and closely guarded, and kept short of food and in sore discomfort, until further order, which was accordingly done, and the life which the captives led, their endless tears, their fasts of inordinate duration, may be readily imagined. Giannotto and Spina had languished in this sorry plight for full a year, entirely ignored by Corrado, when in concert with Messer Gian di Procida, King Peter of Carrigan raised a rebellion in the island of Sicily, and wrested it from King Charles, whereat Corrado, being a Ghibelline, was overjoyed. Hearing the tidings from one of his warders, Giannotto heaved a great sigh, and said, "Alas, 14 years have I been a wanderer upon the face of the earth, looking for no other than this very event, and now, that my hopes of happiness may be forever frustrate, it has come to pass only to find me in prison, whence I may never think to issue alive." "How," said the warder, "what signify to thee these doings of these mighty monarchs? What part hadst thou in Sicily?" Giannotto answered, "'Tis as if my heart were breaking when I bethink me of my father, and what part he had in Sicily. I was but a little lad when I fled the island, but yet I remember him as its governor in the time of King Manfred." "And who then was thy father?" demanded the warder. "His name," rejoined Giannotto, "I need no longer scruple to disclose, seeing that I find myself in the very strait which I hope to avoid by concealing it. He was and still is, if he live, Carahetto Capice, and my name is not Giannotto but Giusfredic, and I doubt not but, were I once free, and back in Sicily, I might yet hold a very honorable position in the island." The worthy man asked no more questions, but, as soon as he found opportunity, told what he had learned to Corrado, who, albeit he made light of it in the warder's presence, repaired to Madame Baratola, and asked her in a pleasant manner, whether she had had by Carahetto a son named Giusfredi. The lady answered, in tears, that, if the elder of her 2 sons were living, such would be his name, and his age 22 years. This inclined Corrado to think that Giannotto and Giusfredi were indeed one and the same, and it occurred to him, that, if so it were, he might at once shew himself most merciful and blot out his daughter's shame and his own by giving her to him in marriage. Wherefore he sent for Giannotto privily, and questioned him in detail touching his past life, and finding by indubitable evidence that he was indeed Giusfredi, son of Carahetto Capice, he said to him, "Giannotto, thou knowest the wrong which thou hast done me in the person of my daughter, what and how great it is, seeing that I used thee well and kindly, and thou shouldst therefore, like a good servant, have shewn thyself jealous of my honor, and zealous in my interest, and many there are who, hadst thou treated them as thou hast treated me, would have caused thee to die an ignominious death which my clemency would not brook. But now, as it is even so as thou sayst, and thou art of gentle blood by both thy parents, I am minded to put an end to thy sufferings as soon as thou wilt, releasing thee from the captivity in which thou languishest, and setting thee in a happy place, and reinstating at once thy honor and my own." Thy intimacy with Spinhalbate, shameful to both, was yet prompted by love. Spina, as thou knowest, is a widow, and her dower is ample and secure. What her breeding is, and her father's and her mother's, thou knowest. Of thy present condition I say naught. Wherefore, when thou wilt, I am consenting, that, having been with dishonor thy friend, she become with honor thy wife, and that, so long as it seem good to thee, thou tarry here with her and me as my son. Captivity had wasted Giannotto's flesh, but had in no degree impaired the generosity of spirit which he derived from his ancestry, or the wholehearted love which he bore his lady. So, albeit he ardently desired that which Coretto offered, and knew that he was in Coretto's power, yet, even as his magnanimity prompted, so, unswervingly, he made answer, Coretto, neither ambition nor cupidity nor aught else did ever beguile me to any treacherous machination against either thy person or thy property. Thy daughter I loved, and love and shall ever love, because I deem her worthy of my love, and, if I dealt with her after a fashion which to the mechanic mind seems hardly honorable, I did but commit that fault which is ever congenial to youth, which can never be eradicated so long as youth continues, and which, if the aged would but remember that they were once young and would measure the delinquencies of others by their own and their own by those of others, would not be deemed so grave as thou and many others depicted. And what I did as a friend, not as an enemy. That which thou offerest I have ever desired and should long ago have sought, had I supposed that thou wouldst grant it, and 'twill be the more grateful to me in proportion to the depth of my despair. But if thy intent be not such, as thy words import, feed me not with vain hopes, but send me back to prison there to suffer whatever thou mayst be pleased to inflict. Nor doubt that even as I love Spina, so for love of her shall I ever love thee, though thou do thy worst, and still hold thee in reverent regard. Coretto marvelled to hear him thus speak, and being assured of his magnanimity and the fervor of his love, held him the more dear, wherefore he rose, embraced and kissed him, and without further delay bade privily bring thither Spina, who left her prison wasted and wan and weak, and so changed that she seemed almost another woman than of yore, even as Gianotto was scarce his former self. Then and there in Coretto's presence they plighted their troth according to our custom of espousals, and some days afterwards Coretto, having in the meantime provided all things meet for their convenience and solace, yet so as that none should surmise what had happened, deemed it now time to gladden their mothers with the news. So he sent for his lady and Avricola, and thus, addressing Avricola, he spoke, What would you say, madam, were I to restore you your elder son as the husband of one of my daughters? Avricola answered, I should say, that, were it possible for you to strengthen the bond which attaches me to you, then assuredly you had so done, and that he restored to me that which I cherish more tenderly than myself, and in such a guise as in some measure to renew within me the hope which I had lost. More I could not say. And so weeping she was silent. Then, turning to his lady, Coretto said, And thou, madam, what wouldst thou think if I were to present thee with such a son-in-law? A son-in-law, she answered, that was not of gentle blood, but a mere churl, so he pleased you, would well content me. So, returned Coretto, I hope within a few days to gladden the hearts of both of you. He waited only until the two young folk had recovered their wonted mien, and were clad in a manner befitting their rank. Then addressing Giusfredi, he said, Would it not add to thy joy to see thy mother here? I dare not hope, returned Giusfredi, that she has survived calamities and sufferings such as hers, but were it so, great indeed would be my joy, and none the less that by her counsel I might be aided to the recovery in great measure of my lost heritage in Sicily. Whereupon Coretto caused both the ladies to come thither, and presented to them the bride. The gladness with which they both greeted her was a wonder to behold, and no less great was their wonder at the benign inspiration that had prompted Coretto to unite her in wedlock with Gianotto, whom Coretto's words caused Madame Baratola to survey with some attention. A hidden spring of memory was thus touched. She recognized in the man the lineaments of her boy, and awaiting no further evidence she ran with open arms and threw herself upon his neck. No word did she utter, for very excess of maternal tenderness and joy, but, every avenue of sense closed, she fell as if bereft of life within her son's embrace. Gianotto, who had often seen her in the castle and never recognized her, marvelled not a little, but nevertheless it at once flashed upon him that 'twas his mother, and blaming himself for his past inadvertence he took her in his arms and wept and tenderly kissed her. With gentle solicitude Coretto's lady and Spina came to her aid, and restored her suspended animation with cold water and other remedies. She then with many tender and endearing words kissed him 1,000 times or more, which tokens of her love he received with a look of reverential acknowledgment. Thrice, nay a fourth time were these glad and gracious greetings exchanged, and joyful indeed were they that witnessed them, and hearkened while mother and son compared their past adventures. Then Coretto, who had already announced his new alliance to his friends, and received their felicitations, proceeded to give order for the celebration of the event with all becoming gaiety and splendor. As he did so, Giusfrederick said to him, "Coretto, you have long given my mother honorable entertainment, and on me you have conferred many boons, wherefore, that you may fill up the measure of your kindness, 'tis now my prayer that you be pleased to gladden my mother and my marriage feast and me with the presence of my brother, now in servitude in the house of Messer Gasparino Doria, who, as I have already told you, made prize of both him and me, and that then you send some one to Sicily, who shall make himself thoroughly acquainted with the circumstances and condition of the country, and find out how it has fared with my father Carahetto, whether he be alive or dead, and if alive, in what circumstances, and being thus fully informed, return to us with the tidings." Coretto consented, and forthwith sent most trusty agents both to Genoa and to Sicily. So in due time an envoy arrived at Genoa, and made instant suit to Gasparino on Coretto's part for the surrender of Outcast and the nurse, setting forth in detail all that had passed between Coretto and Giusfrederick and his mother. Whereat Messer Gasparino was mightily astonished, and said, "Of a surety there is naught that, being able, I would not do to pleasure Coretto, and true it is that I have had in my house for these 14 years the boy whom thou dost now demand of me, and his mother, and gladly will I surrender them, but tell Coretto from me to beware of excessive credulity, and to put no faith in the idle tales of Gianotto, or Giusfreddy, as thou sayst he calls himself, who is by no means so guileless as he supposes." Then, having provided for the honorable entertainment of the worthy envoy, he sent privily for the nurse, and cautiously sounded her as to the affair. The nurse had heard of the revolt of Sicily, and had learned that Carahetto was still alive. She therefore banished fear, and told Messer Gasparino the whole story, and explained to him the reasons why she had acted as she had done. Finding that what she said accorded very well with what he had learned from Coretto's envoy, he inclined to credit the story, and most astutely probing the matter in divers ways, and always finding fresh grounds for confidence, he reproached himself for the sorry manner in which he had treated the boy, and by way of amends gave him one of his own daughters, a beautiful girl of 11 years, to wife with a dowry suited to Carahetto's rank, and celebrated their nuptials with great festivity. He then brought the boy and girl, Coretto's envoy, and the nurse in a well-armed galliot to Leriv, being there met by Coretto, who had a castle not far off, where great preparations had been made for their entertainment, and thither accordingly he went with his whole company. What cheer the mother had of her son, the brothers of one another, and all the three of the faithful nurse, what cheer Messer Gasparino and his daughter had of all, and all of them, and what cheer all had of Coretto and his lady and their sons and their friends, words may not describe. Wherefore, my ladies, I leave it to your imagination, and that their joy might be full, God, who, when he gives most abundantly, added the glad tidings that Carahetto Capice was alive and prosperous. For, when in the best of spirits the ladies and gentlemen had sat them down to feast, and they were yet at the first course, the envoy from Sicily arrived, and among other matters reported, that, no sooner had the insurrection broken out in the island than the people hied them in hot haste to the prison where Carahetto was kept in confinement by King Charles, and dispatching the guards, brought him forth, and knowing him to be a capital enemy to King Charles made him their captain, and under his command fell upon and massacred the French, whereby he had won the highest place in the favor of King Peter, who had granted him restitution of all his estates and honors, so that he was now both prosperous and mighty. The envoy added that Carahetto had received him with every token of honor, had manifested the utmost delight on hearing of his lady and son, of whom no tidings had reached him since his arrest, and had sent, to bring them home, a brigantine with some gentlemen aboard, whose arrival might hourly be expected. The envoy, and the good news which he brought, were heartily welcome, and presently Corrado, with some of his friends, encountered the gentlemen who came from Madame Bertella and Giusfredi, and saluting them cordially invited them to his feast, which was not yet half done. Joy unheard of was depicted on the faces of the lady, of Giusfredi, and of all the rest as they greeted them, nor did they on their part take their places at the table before, as best they might, they had conveyed to Corrado and his lady Carihetto's greetings and grateful acknowledgments of the honor which they had conferred upon his lady and his son, and had placed Carihetto, to the uttermost of his power, entirely at their service. Then, turning to Messer Gasparino, of whose kindness Carihetto surmised nothing, they said that they were very sure that, when he learned the boon which Outcast had received at his hands, he would pay him the like and an even greater tribute of gratitude. This speech ended, they feasted most joyously with the brides and bridegrooms. So passed the day, the first of many which Corrado devoted to honoring his son-in-law and his other intimates, both kinsfolk and friends. The time of festivity ended, Madame Bertella and Giusfredi and the rest felt that they must leave, so, taking Spina with them, they parted, not without many tears, from Corrado and his lady and Gasparino, and went aboard the brigantine, which, wafted by a prosperous wind, soon brought them to Sicily. At Palermo they were met by Carihetto, who received them all, ladies and sons alike, with such cheer as it were vain to attempt to describe. There it is believed that they all lived long and happily and in amity with God, being not unmindful of the blessings which he had conferred upon them. Novel 7. The Sultan of Babylon sends one of his daughters overseas, designing to marry her to the king of Algarve. By divers adventures she comes in the space of 4 years into the hands of 9 men in divers places. At last she is restored to her father, whom she quits again in the guise of a virgin, and, as was at first intended, is married to the king of Algarve. Had Emilia's story but lasted a little longer, the young ladies would perhaps have been moved to tears, so great was the sympathy which they felt for Madame Bertella in her various fortunes. But now that it was ended, the queen bade Pamphilo follow suit, and he, than whom none was more obedient, thus began, "Hardly, gracious ladies, is it given to us to know that which makes for our good, insomuch that, as has been observable in a multitude of instances, many, deeming that the acquisition of great riches would ensure them an easy and tranquil existence, have not only besought them of God in prayer, but have sought them with such ardor that they have spared no pains and shrunk from no danger in the quest, and have attained their end only to lose, at the hands of some one covetous of their vast inheritance, a life with which before the days of their prosperity they were well content. Others, whose course, perilous with 1,000 battles, stained with the blood of their brothers and their friends, has raised them from base to regal estate, have found in place of the felicity they expected an infinity of cares and fears, and have proved by experience that a chalice may be poisoned, though it be of gold, and set on the table of a king. Many have most ardently desired beauty and strength and other advantages of person, and have only been taught their error by the deaf or dolorous life which these very advantages entailed upon them. And so, not to instance each particular human desire, I say, in sum, that there is none of them that men may indulge in full confidence as exempt from the chances and changes of fortune. Wherefore, if we would act rightly, we ought to school ourselves to take and be content with that which he gives us, who alone knows and can afford us that of which we have need. But, divers as are the aberrations of desire to which men are prone, so, gracious ladies, there is one to which you are especially liable, in that you are unduly solicitous of beauty, insomuch that, not content with the charms which nature has allotted you, you endeavor to enhance them with wondrous ingenuity of art. Wherefore I am minded to make you acquainted with the coil of misadventures in which her beauty involved a fair Saracen, who in the course of, perhaps, 4 years was wedded 9 several times. There was of yore a Sultan of Babylon one, by name Abemindeb, who in his day had cause enough to be well content with his luck. Many children male and female had he, and among them a daughter, Alitiel by name, who by common consent of all that saw her was the most beautiful woman then to be found in the world. Now the Sultan, having been signally aided by the king of Talgarv in inflicting a great defeat upon a host of Arabs that had attacked him, had at his instance and by way of special favor given Halatiel to the king to wife, wherefore, with an honorable escort of gentlemen and ladies most nobly and richly equipped, he placed her aboard a well-armed, well-furnished ship, and, commending her to God, sped her on her journey. The mariners, as soon as the weather was favorable, hoisted sail, and for some days after their departure from Alexandria had a prosperous voyage, but when they had passed Sardinia, and were beginning to think that they were nearing their journey's end, they were caught one day between divers cross winds, each blowing with extreme fury, whereby the ship labored so sorely that not only the lady but the seamen from time to time gave themselves up for lost. But still, most manfully and skillfully they struggled might and main with the tempest, which, ever waxing rather than waning, buffeted them for 2 days with immense unintermittent surges, and being not far from the island of Majorca, as the 3rd night began to close in, wrapped in clouds and mist and thick darkness, so that they saw neither the sky nor aught else, nor by any nautical skill might conjecture where they were, they felt the ship's timbers part. Wherefore, seeing no way to save the ship, each thought only how best to save himself, and, a boat being thrown out, the masters first, and then the men, one by one, though the first hummers sought with knives in their hands to bar the passage of the rest, all, rather than remain in the leaky ship, crowded into it, and there found the death which they hoped to escape. For the boat, being in such stress of weather, and with such a burden quite unmanageable, went under, and all aboard her perished, whereas the ship, leaky though she was, and all but full of water, yet, driven by the fury of the tempest, was hurled with prodigious velocity upon the shore of the island of Majorca, and struck it with such force as to embed herself in the sand, perhaps a stone's throw from terra firma, where she remained all night beaten and washed by the sea, but no more to be moved by the utmost violence of the gale. None had remained aboard her but the lady and her women, whom the malice of the elements and their fears had brought to the verge of death. When it was broad day and the storm was somewhat abated, the lady, half dead, raised her head, and in faltering accents began to call first one and then another of her servants. She called in vain, however, for those whom she called were too far off to hear. Great indeed was her wonder and fear to find herself thus without sight of human face or sound of other voice than her own, but, struggling to her feet as best she might, she looked about her, and saw the ladies that were of her escort, and the other women, all prostrate on the deck. So, after calling them one by one, she began at length to touch them, and finding few that shewed sign of life, for indeed, between grievous seasickness and fear, they had little life left, she grew more terrified than before. However, being in sore need of counsel, all alone as she was, and without knowledge or means of learning where she was, she at last induced such as had life in them to get upon their feet, with whom, as none knew where the men were gone, and the ship was now full of water and visibly breaking up, she abandoned herself to piteous lamentations. It was already none before they descried anyone on the shore or elsewhere to whom they could make appeal for help, but shortly after none it so chanced that a gentleman, Perion de Visilgo by name, being on his return from one of his estates, passed that way with some mounted servants. Catching sight of the ship, he apprehended the circumstances at a glance, and bade one of his servants try to get aboard her, and let him know the result. The servant with some difficulty succeeded in boarding the vessel, and found the gentle lady with her few companions ensconced under shelter of the prow, and shrinking timidly from observation. At the first sight of him they wept, and again implored him to have pity on them, but finding that he did not understand them, nor they him, they sought by gestures to make him apprehend their forlorn condition. With these tidings the servant, after making such survey of the ship as he could, returned to Perion, who forthwith caused the ladies, and all articles of value which were in the ship and could be removed, to be brought off her, and took them with him to one of his castles. The lady's powers were soon in a measure restored by food and rest, and by the honor which was paid to Alatiel, and Alatiel alone by all the rest, as well as by the richness of her dress. Perion perceived that she must be some great lady, nor, though she was still pale, and her person bore evident marks of the sea's rough usage, did he fail to note that it was cast in a mold of extraordinary beauty. Wherefore his mind was soon made up that, if she lacked a husband, he would take her to wife, and that, if he could not have her to wife, then he would make her his mistress. So this ardent lover, who was a man of powerful frame and haughty mien, devoted himself for several days to the service of the lady with excellent effect, for the lady completely recovered her strength and spirits, so that her beauty far exceeded Perion's most sanguine conjectures. Great therefore beyond measure was his sorrow that he understood not her speech, nor she his, so that neither could know who the other was, but being inordinately enamoured of her beauty, he sought by such mute blandishments as he could devise to declare his love, and bring her of her own accord to gratify his desire. All in vain, however she repulsed his advances point blank, whereby his passion only grew the stronger. So some days passed, and the lady, perceiving Perion's constancy, and bethinking her that sooner or later she must yield either to force or to love, and gratify his passion, and judging by what she observed of the customs of the people that she was amongst Christians, and in a part where, were she able to speak their language, she would gain little by making herself known, determined with a lofty courage to stand firm and immovable in this extremity of her misfortunes. Wherefore she bade the 3 women, who were all that were left to her, on no account to let any know who they were, unless they were so circumstanced that they might safely count on assistance in effecting their escape. She also exhorted them most earnestly to preserve their chastity, averring that she was firmly resolved that none but her husband should enjoy her. The women heartily consented, and promised that her injunctions should be obeyed to the utmost of their power. Day by day Perion's passion waxed more ardent, being fomented by the proximity and contrariety of its object. Wherefore, seeing that blandishment availed nothing, he was minded to have recourse to wiles and stratagems, and in the last resort to force. The lady, debarred by her law from the use of wine, found it, perhaps, on that account all the more palatable, which Perion observing determined to enlist Bacchus in the service of Venus. So, ignoring her coyness, he provided one evening a supper, which was ordered with all possible pomp and beauty, and graced by the presence of the lady. No lack was there of incentives to hilarity, and Perion directed the servant who waited on Alatiel to ply her with divers sorts of blended wines, which command the man faithfully executed. She, suspecting nothing, and seduced by the delicious flavor of the liquor, drank somewhat more freely than was seemly, and forgetting her past woes, became frolicsome, and incited by some women who trod some measures in the Majoran style, she shewed the company how they footed it in Alexandria. This novel demeanor was by no means lost on Perion, who saw in it a good omen of his speedy success. So, with profuse relays of food and wine he prolonged the supper far into the night. When the guests were at length gone, he attended the lady alone to her chamber, where, the heat of the wine overpowering the cold counsels of modesty, she made no more account of Perion's presence than if he had been one of her women, and forthwith undressed and went to bed. Perion was not slow to follow her, and as soon as the light was out lay down by her side, and taking her in his arms, without the least demur on her part, began to solace himself with her after the manner of lovers, which Experienis knew not till then with what horn men buddused her to repent that she had not yielded to his blandishments, nor did she thereafter wait to be invited to such nights of delight, but many a time declared her readiness, not by words, for she had none to convey her meaning, but by gestures. But this great felicity which she now shared with Perion was not to last, for not content with making her, instead of the consort of a king, the mistress of a castellan, fortune had now in store for her a harsher experience, though of an amorous character. Perion had a brother, 25 years of age, fair and fresh as a rose, his name Marato. On sight of how Lachil Marato had been mightily taken with her, he inferred from her bearing that he stood high in her good graces. He believed that nothing stood between him and the gratification of his passion, but the jealous vigilance with which Perion guarded her. So musing, he hit upon a ruthless expedient, which had effect in action as hasty as heinous. It so chanced that there then lay in the port of the city a ship, commanded by 2 Genos, bound with a cargo of merchandise for Clarenza in the Morea. Her sails were already hoist, and she tarried only for a favorable breeze. Marato approached the masters and arranged with them to take himself and the lady aboard on the following night. This done, he concerted further action with some of his most trusty friends, who readily lent him their aid to carry his design into execution. So on the following evening towards nightfall, the conspirators stole unobserved into Perion's house, which was entirely unguarded, and there hid themselves, as prearranged. Then, as the night wore on, Marato shewed them where Perion and the lady slept, and they entered the room, and slew Perion. The lady thus rudely roused wept, but silencing her by menaces of death, they carried her off with the best part of Perion's treasure, and hied them unobserved to the coast, where Marato parted from his companions, and forthwith took the lady aboard the ship. The wind was now fair and fresh, the mariner spread the canvas, and the vessel sped on her course. This new misadventure, following so hard upon the former, caused the lady no small chagrin, but Marato, with the aid of the good saint recent in hand that God has given us, found means to afford her such consolation that she was already grown so familiar with him as entirely to forget Perion, when fortune, not content with her former caprices, added a new dispensation of woe. For what with the beauty of her person, which, as we have often said, was extraordinary, and the exquisite charm of her manners, the 2 young men, who commanded the ship, fell so desperately in love with her that they thought of nothing but how they might best serve and please her, so only that Marato should not discover the reason of their assiduous attentions. And neither being ignorant of the other's love, they held secret counsel together, and resolved to make conquest of the lady on joint account, as if love admitted of being held in partnership like merchandise or money. Which design being thwarted by the jealousy with which Elatiel was guarded by Marato, they chose a day and hour, when the ship was speeding amain under canvas, and Marato was on the poop looking out over the sea, and quite off his guard and going stealthily up behind him, they suddenly laid hands on him, and threw him into the sea, and were already more than a mile on their course before any perceived that Marato was overboard, which when the lady learned, and knew that he was irretrievably lost, she relapsed into her former plaintive mood. But the twain were forthwith by her side with soft speeches and profuse promises, which, however ill she understood them, were not altogether inapt to allay grief which had in it more of concern for her own hapless self than of sorrow for her lost lover. So, in course of time, the lady beginning visibly to recover heart, they began privily to debate which of them should first take her to bed with him, and neither being willing to give way to the other, and no compromise being discoverable, high words passed between them, and the dispute grew so hot, that they both waxed very rough, drew their knives, and rushed madly at one another, and before they could be parted by their men, several stabs had been given and received on either side, whereby the one fell dead on the spot, and the other was severely wounded in divers parts of the body. The lady was much disconcerted to find herself thus alone with none to afford her either score or counsel, and was mightily afraid lest the wrath of the kinsfolk and friends of the twain should vent itself upon her. From this mortal peril she was, however, delivered by the intercessions of the wounded man and their speedy arrival at Clarenza. As there she tarried at the same inn with her wounded lover, the fame of her great beauty was speedily bruited abroad, and reached the ears of the Prince of the Morea, who was then staying there. The prince was curious to see her, and having so done, pronounced her even more beautiful than rumor had reported her. Nay, he fell in love with her in such a degree that he could think of naught else, and having heard in what guise she had come thither, he deemed that he might have her. While he was casting about how to compass his end, the kinsfolk of the wounded man, being apprised of the fact, forthwith sent her to him to the boundless delight, as well of the lady, who saw therein her deliverance from a great peril, as of the prince. The royal bearing, which enhanced the lady's charms, did not escape the prince, who, being unable to discover her true rank, set her down as at any rate of noble lineage, wherefore he loved her as much again as before, and shewed her no small honor, treating her not as his mistress but as his wife. So the lady, contrasting her present happy estate with her past woes, was comforted, and, as her gaiety revived, her beauty waxed in such a degree that all the Morea talked of it and of little else, insomuch that the prince's friend and kinsman, the young, handsome and gallant Duke of Athens, was smitten with a desire to see her, and taking occasion to pay the prince a visit, as he was now and again wont to do, came to Clarenza with a goodly company of honorable gentlemen. The prince received him with all distinction and made him heartily welcome, but did not at first shew him the lady. By and by, however, their conversation began to turn upon her and her charms, and the Duke asked if she were really so marvelous a creature as folk said. The prince replied, "Nay, but even more so, and thereof thou shalt have better assurance than my words, to wit, the witness of thine own eyes." So, without delay, for the Duke was now all impatience, they waited on the lady, who was prepared for their visit, and received them very courteously and graciously. They seated her between them, and being debarred from the pleasure of conversing with her, for of their speech she understood little or nothing, they both, and especially the Duke, who was scarce able to believe that she was of mortal mold, gazed upon her in mute admiration, whereby the Duke, cheating himself with the idea that he was but gratifying his curiosity, drank with his eyes, unawares, deep draughts of the poisoned chalice of love, and, to his own lamentable hurt, fell a prey to a most ardent passion. His first thought, when they had left her, and he had time for reflection, was that the prince was the luckiest man in the world to have a creature so fair to solace him, and swayed by his passion, his mind soon inclined to divers other and less honorable meditations, whereof the issue was that, come what might, he would despoil the prince of his felicity, and, if possible, make it his own. This resolution was no sooner taken than, being of a hasty temperament, he cast to the winds all considerations of honor and justice, and studied only how to compass his end by craft. So, one day, as the first step towards the accomplishment of his evil purpose, he arranged with the prince's most trusted chamberlain, Lunicarii, that his horses and all other his personal effects should, with the utmost secrecy, be got ready against a possible sudden departure, and then at nightfall, attended by a single comrade both carrying arms, he was privily admitted by Tecurii into the prince's chamber. It was a hot night, and the prince had risen without disturbing the lady, and was standing bare to the skin at an open window fronting the sea, to enjoy a light breeze that blew thence. So, by preconcert with his comrade, the Duke stole up to the window, and in a trice ran the prince through the body, and caught him up, and threw him out of the window. The palace was close by the sea, but at a considerable altitude above it, and the window, through which the prince's body was thrown, looked over some houses, which, being sapped by the sea, had become ruinous, and were rarely or never visited by a soul, whereby, as the Duke had foreseen, the fall of the prince's body passed, as indeed it could not but pass, unobserved. Thereupon the Duke's accomplice whipped out a halter, which he had brought with him for the purpose, and, making as if he were but in play, threw it round Dickory's neck, drew it so tight that he could not utter a sound, and then, with the Duke's aid, strangled him, and sent him after his master. All this was accomplished, as the Duke knew full well, without awakening any in the palace, not even the lady, whom he now approached with a light, and holding it over the bed gently uncovered her person, as she lay fast asleep, and surveyed her from head to foot. To his no small satisfaction, for fair as she had seemed to him dressed, he found her unadorned charms incomparably greater. As he gazed, his passion waxed beyond measure, and, reckless of his recent crime, and of the blood which still stained his hands, he got forthwith into the bed, and she, being too sound asleep to distinguish between him and the prince, suffered him to lie with her. But, boundless as was his delight, it brooked no long continuance, so, rising, he called to him some of his comrades, by whom he had the lady secured in such manner that she could utter no sound, and borne out of the palace by the same secret door by which he had gained entrance. He then set her on horseback, and in dead silence put his troop in motion, taking the road to Athens. He did not, however, venture to take the lady to Athens, where she would have encountered his duchess, for he was married, but lodged her in a very beautiful villa which he had hard by the city overlooking the sea, where, most forlorn of ladies, she lived secluded, but with no lack of meat and respectful service. On the following morning the prince's courtiers awaited his rising until none, but perceiving no sign of it, opened the doors, which had not been secured, and entered his bedroom. Finding it vacant, they supposed that the prince was gone off privily somewhere to have a few days of unbroken delight with his fair lady, and so they gave themselves no further trouble. But the next day it so chanced that an idiot, roaming about the ruins where lay the corpses of the prince and Icariai, drew the latter out by the halter and went off dragging it after him. The corpse was soon recognized by not a few, who, at first struck dumb with amazement, soon recovered sense enough to cajole the idiot into retracing his steps and shewing them the spot where he had found it, and having thus, to the immeasurable grief of all the citizens, discovered the prince's body, they buried it with all honor. Needless to say that no pains were spared to trace the perpetrators of so heinous a crime, and that the absence and evidently furtive departure of the Duke of Athens caused him to be suspected both of the murder and of the abduction of the lady. So the citizens were instant with one accord that the prince's brother, whom they chose as his successor, should exact the debt of vengeance, and he, having satisfied himself by further investigation that their suspicion was well founded, summoned to his aid his kinsfolk, friends and divers vassals, and speedily gathered a large, powerful and well-equipped army, with intent to make war upon the Duke of Athens. The Duke, being informed of his movements, made ready likewise to defend himself with all his power, nor had he any lack of allies, among whom the Emperor of Constantinople sent his son, Constantine, and his nephew, Manuel, with a great and goodly force. The two young men were honorably received by the Duke, and still more so by the Duchess, who was Constantine's sister. Day by day war grew more imminent, and at last the Duchess took occasion to call Constantine and Manuel into her private chamber, and with many tears told them the whole story at large, explaining the casus belli, dilating on the indignity which she suffered at the hands of the Duke if, as was believed, he really kept a mistress in secret, and beseeching them in most piteous accents to do the best they could to devise some expedient whereby the Duke's honor might be cleared, and her own peace of mind assured. The young men knew exactly how matters stood, and so, without wearying the Duchess with many questions, they did their best to console her, and succeeded in raising her hopes. Before taking their leave they learned from her where the lady was, whose marvelous beauty they had heard lauded so often, and being eager to see her, they besought the Duke to afford them an opportunity. Forgetful of what a like complaisance had cost the prince, he consented, and next morning brought them to the villa where the lady lived, and with her and a few of his boon companions regaled them with a lordly breakfast, which was served in a most lovely garden. Constantine had no sooner seated himself and surveyed the lady, than he was lost in admiration, inly affirming that he had never seen so beautiful a creature, and that for such a prize the Duke, or any other man, might well be pardoned treachery or any other crime. He scanned her again, and ever with more and more admiration, whereby it fared with him even as it had fared with the Duke. He went away hotly in love with her, and dismissing all thought of the war, cast about for some method by which, without betraying his passion to any, he might devise some means of wresting the lady from the Duke. As he thus burned and brooded, the prince drew dangerously near the Duke's dominions, wherefore order was given for an advance, and the Duke, with Constantine and the rest, marshaled his forces and led them forth from Athens to bar the prince's passage of the frontier at certain points. Some days thus passed, during which Constantine, whose mind and soul were entirely absorbed by his passion for the lady, bethought him that, as the Duke was no longer in her neighborhood, he might readily compass his end. He therefore feigned to be seriously unwell, and, having by this pretext obtained the Duke's leave, he ceded his command to Manuel, and returned to his sister at Athens. He had not been there many days before the Duchess recurred to the dishonor which the Duke did her by keeping the lady, whereupon he said that if she approved, he would certainly relieve her by seeing that the lady was removed from the villa to some distant place. The Duchess, supposing that Constantine was prompted not by jealousy of the Duke but by jealousy for her honor, gave her hearty consent to his plan, provided he so contrived that the Duke should never know that she had been privy to it, on which point Constantine gave her ample assurance. So, being authorized by the Duchess to act as he might deem best, he secretly equipped a light bark and manned her with some of his men, to whom he confided his plan, bidding them lie to off the garden of the lady's villa, and so, having sent the bark forward, he hied him with other of his men to the villa. He gained ready admission of the servants, and was made heartily welcome by the lady, who, at his desire, attended by some of her servants, walked with him and some of his comrades in the garden. By and by, fainting that he had a message for her from the Duke, he drew her aside towards a gate that led down to the sea, and which one of his confederates had already opened. A concerted signal brought the bark alongside, and to seize the lady and set her aboard the bark was but the work of an instant. Her retinue hung back as they heard Constantine menace with death Coso, but stirred or spoke, and suffered him, protesting that what he did was done not to wrong the Duke, but solely to vindicate his sister's honor, to embark with his men. The lady wept, of course, but Constantine was at her side. The rowers gave way, and the bark, speeding like a thing of life over the waves, made Aegina shortly after dawn. There Constantine and the lady landed, she still lamenting her fatal beauty, and took a little rest and pleasure. Then, re-embarking, they continued their voyage, and in the course of a few days reached Chicos, which Constantine, fearing paternal censure, and that he might be deprived of his fair booty, deemed a safe place of sojourn. So, after some days of repose, the lady ceased to bewail her harsh destiny, and suffering Constantine to console her as his predecessors had done, began once more to enjoy the good gifts which fortune sent her. Now while they thus dallied, Uzbek, king of the Turks, who was perennially at war with the emperor, came by chance to Smyrna, and there learning that Constantine was wantoning in careless ease at Chios with a lady of whom he had made prize, he made a descent by night upon the island with an armed flotilla. Landing his men in dead silence, he made captives of not a few of the Chians whom he surprised in their beds. Others, who took the alarm and rushed to arms, he slew, and having wasted the whole island with fire, he shipped the booty and the prisoners, and sailed back to Smyrna. As there he overhauled the booty, he lit upon the fair lady, and knew her for the same that had been taken in bed and fast asleep with Constantine, whereat, being a young man, he was delighted beyond measure, and made her his wife out of hand with all due form and ceremony. And so for several months he enjoyed her. Now there had been for some time and still was a treaty pending between the emperor and Bassano, king of Cappadocia, whereby Bassano with his forces was to fall on Cospech on one side while the emperor attacked him on the other. Some demands made by Bassano, which the emperor deemed unreasonable, had so far retarded the conclusion of the treaty, but no sooner had the emperor learned the fate of his son than, distraught with grief, he forthwith conceded the king of Cappadocia's demands, and was instant with him to fall at once upon Cospech while he made ready to attack him on the other side. Getting wind of the emperor's design, Ospech collected his forces, and, lest he should be caught and crushed between the convergent armies of two most mighty potentates, advanced against the king of Cappadocia. The fair lady he left at Smyrna in the care of a faithful dependent and friend, and after a while joined battle with the king of Cappadocia, in which battle he was slain, and his army defeated and dispersed. Wherefore Bassano with his victorious host advanced, carrying everything before him, upon Smyrna, and receiving everywhere the submission due to a conqueror. Meanwhile Cosbec's dependent, by name Antio, who had charge of the fair lady, was so smitten with her charms that, albeit he was somewhat advanced in years, he broke faith with his friend and lord, and allowed himself to become enamored of her. He had the advantage of knowing her language, which counted for much with one who for some years had been, as it were, compelled to live the life of a deaf-mute, finding none whom she could understand or by whom she might be understood, and goaded by passion, he in the course of a few days established such a degree of intimacy with her that in no long time it passed from friendship into love, so that their lord, far away amid the clash of arms and the tumult of the battle, was forgotten, and marvelous pleasure had they of one another between the sheets. However, news came at last of Cosbec's defeat and death, and the victorious and unchecked advance of Bassano, whose advent they were by no means minded to await. Wherefore, taking with them the best part of the treasure that Cosbec had left there, they hied them with all possible secrecy to Rhodes. There they had not a long abode before Antio fell ill of a mortal disease. He had then with him a Cypriot merchant, an intimate and very dear friend, to whom, as he felt his end approach, he resolved to leave all that he possessed, including his dear lady. So, when he felt death imminent, he called them to him and said, "'Tis now quite evident to me that my life is fast ebbing away, and sorely do I regret it, for never had I so much pleasure of life as now. Well content indeed I am in one respect, in that, as die I must, I at least die in the arms of the two persons whom I love more than any other in the world, to wit, in thine arms, dearest friend, and those of this lady, whom, since I have known her, I have loved more than myself. But yet 'tis grievous to me to know that I must leave her here in a strange land with none to afford her either protection or counsel, and but that I leave her with thee, who, I doubt not, wilt have for my sake no less care of her than thou wouldst have had of me, too would grieve me still more. Wherefore with all my heart and soul I pray thee, that, if I die, thou take her with all else that belongs to me into thy charge, and so acquit thyself of thy trust as thou mayst deem conducive to the peace of my soul. And of thee, dearest lady, I entreat one favor, that I be not forgotten of thee after my death, so that there whither I go it may still be my boast to be beloved here of the most beautiful lady that nature ever formed. Let me but die with these two hopes assured, and without doubt I shall depart in peace." Both the merchant and the lady wept to hear him thus speak, and, when he had done, comforted him, and promised faithfully, in the event of his death, to do even as he besought them. He died almost immediately afterwards, and was honorably buried by them. A few days sufficed the merchant to wind up all his affairs in Rhodes, and being minded to return to Cyprus aboard a Catalan boat that was there, he asked the fair lady what she proposed to do if he went back to Cyprus. The lady answered, that, if it were agreeable to him, she would gladly accompany him, hoping that for love of Antio, he would treat and regard her as his sister. The merchant replied, that it would afford him all the pleasure in the world, and, to protect her from insult until their arrival in Cyprus, he gave her out as his wife, and, suiting action to word, slept with her on the boat in an alcove in a little cabin in the poop. Whereby that happened which on neither side was intended when they left Rhodes, to wit, that the darkness and the comfort and the warmth of the bed, forces of no mean efficacy, did so prevail with them that dead Antio was forgotten alike as lover and as friend, and by a common impulse they began to wanton together, insomuch that before they were arrived at Baffa, where the Cypriot resided, they were indeed man and wife. At Baffa the lady tarried with the merchant a good while, during which it so befell that a gentleman, Antigono by name, a man of ripe age and riper wisdom but no great wealth, being one that had had vast and various experience of affairs in the service of the king of Cyprus, but had found fortune adverse to him, came to Baffa on business, and passing one day by the house where the fair lady was then living by herself, for the Cypriot merchant was gone to Armenia with some of his wares. He chanced to catch sight of the lady at one of the windows, and, being struck by her extraordinary beauty, regarded her attentively, and began to have some vague recollection of having seen her before, but could by no means remember where. The fair lady, however, so long the sport of fortune, but now nearing the term of her woes, no sooner saw Antigono than she remembered to have seen him in her father's service, and in no mean capacity, at Alexandria. Wherefore she forthwith sent for him, hoping that by his counsel she might elude her merchant and be reinstated in her true character and dignity of princess. When he presented himself, she asked him with some embarrassment whether he were, as she took him to be, Antigono of Famagosta. He answered in the affirmative, adding, "And of you, madam, I have a sort of recollection, though I cannot say where I have seen you, wherefore so it irk you not, bring, I pray you, yourself to my remembrance." Satisfied that it was Antigono himself, the lady in a flood of tears threw herself upon him to his no small amazement, and embraced his neck. Then, after a little while, she asked him whether he had never seen her in Alexandria. The question awakened Antigono's memory. He at once recognized Alatiel, the Sultan's daughter, whom he had thought to have been drowned at sea, and would have paid her due homage, but she would not suffer it, and bade him be seated with her for a while. Being seated, he respectfully asked her how, and when and whence she had come thither, seeing that all Egypt believed for certain that she had been drowned at sea some years before. "And would that so it had been," said the lady, "rather than I should have led the life that I have led, and so doubtless will my father say, if he shall ever come to know of it." And so saying, she burst into such a flood of tears that 'twas a wonder to see. Wherefore Antigono said to her, "Nay but madam, be not distressed before the occasion arises. I pray you, tell me the story of your adventures, and what has been the tenor of your life. Perchance 'twill prove to be no such matter, but, God helping us, we may set it all straight." "Antigono," said the fair lady, "when I saw thee, 'twas as if I saw my father, and 'twas the tender love by which I am holden to him that prompted me to make myself known to thee, though I might have kept my secret, and few indeed there are, whom to have met would have afforded me such pleasure as this which I have in meeting and recognizing thee before all others. Wherefore I will now make known to thee as to my father that which in my evil fortune I have ever kept close. If, when thou hast heard my story, thou seest any means whereby I may be reinstated in my former honor, I pray thee use it. If not, disclose to none that thou hast seen me or heard aught of me." Then, weeping between every word, she told him her whole story from the day of the shipwreck at Majorca to that hour. Antigono wept in sympathy and then said, "Madam, as throughout this train of misfortunes you have happily escaped recognition, I undertake to restore you to your father in such sort that you shall be dearer to him than ever before, and be afterwards married to the king of Calgarve." "How?" she asked. Whereupon he explained to her in detail how he meant to proceed, and, lest delay should give occasion to another to interfere, he went back at once to Famagosta, and having obtained audience of the king, thus he spoke: "Sire, so please you, you have it in your power at little cost to yourself to do a thing, which will at once redound most signally to your honor and confer a great boon on me, who have grown poor in your service." "How?" asked the king. Then said Antigono, "Abatha is of late arrived a fair damsel, daughter of the Sultan, long thought to be drowned, who to preserve her chastity has suffered long and severe hardship. She is now reduced to poverty, and is desirous of returning to her father. If you should be pleased to send her back to him under my escort, your honor and my interest would be served in high and equal measure, nor do I think that such a service would ever be forgotten by the Sultan." With true royal generosity the king forthwith signified his approval, and had Alatiel brought under honorable escort to Famagosta, where, attended by his queen, he received her with every circumstance of festal pomp and courtly magnificence. Schooled by Antigono, she gave the king and queen such a version of her adventures as satisfied their inquiries in every particular. So, after a few days, the king sent her back to the Sultan under escort of Antigono, attended by a goodly company of honorable men and women, and of the cheer which the Sultan made her, and not her only but Antigono and all his company, it boots not to ask. When she was somewhat rested, the Sultan inquired how it was that she was yet alive, and where she had been go long without letting him know how it fared with her. Whereupon the lady, who had got Antigono's lesson by heart, answered thus: My father, 'twas perhaps the 20th night after my departure from you when our ship parted her timbers in a terrible storm and went ashore nigh a place called Agomorta, away there in the west. What was the fate of the men that were aboard our ship I know not, nor knew I ever. I remember only, that, when day came, and I returned, as it were, from death to life, the wreck, having been sighted, was boarded by folk from all the countryside, intent on plunder, and I and 2 of my women were taken ashore, where the women were forthwith parted from me by the young men, nor did I ever learn their fate. Now hear my own. Struggling might and main, I was seized by 2 young men, who dragged me, weeping bitterly, by the hair of the head, towards a great forest, but, on sight of 4 men who were then passing that way on horseback, they forthwith loosed me and took to flight. Whereupon the 4 men, who struck me as persons of great authority, ran up to me, and much they questioned me, and much I said to them, but neither did they understand me, nor I them. So, after long time conferring together, they set me on one of their horses and brought me to a house, where dwelt a community of ladies, religious according to their law, and what the men may have said I know not, but there I was kindly received and ever honorably entreated by all, and with them I did afterwards most reverentially pay my devotions to Saint Rezan Hollow, who is held in great honor by the women of that country. When I had been some time with them, and had learned something of their language, they asked me who and whence I was. Whereto I, knowing that I was in a convent, and fearing to be cast out as a foe to their law if I told the truth, answered that I was the daughter of a great gentleman of Cyprus, who had intended to marry me to a gentleman of Crete, but that on the voyage we had been driven out of our course and wrecked at Agomorta. And so I continued, as occasion required, observing their usages with much assiduity, lest worse should befall me. But being one day asked by their superior, whom they called Tabes, whether I was minded to go back to Cyprus, I answered that there was not that I desired so much. However, so solicitous for my honor was the Cabes, that there was none going to Cyprus to whom she would entrust me, until, 2 months or so ago, there arrived some worthy men from France, of whom one was a kinsman of the Cabes, with their wives. They were on their way to visit the sepulchre where he whom they hold to be God was buried after he had suffered death at the hands of the Jews, and the Cabes, learning their destination, prayed them to take charge of me, and restore me to my father in Cyprus. With what cheer, with what honor, these gentlemen and their wives entertained me, 'twere long to tell. But, in brief, we embarked, and in the course of a few days arrived at Baffa, where it was so ordered by the providence of God, who perchance took pity on me, that in the very hour of our disembarkation I, not knowing a soul and being at a loss how to answer the gentlemen, who would fain have discharged the trust laid upon them by the Reverend Abbess and restored me to my father, fell in, on the shore, with Antigono, whom I forthwith called, and in our language, that I might be understood neither of the gentlemen nor of their wives, bade him acknowledge me as his daughter. He understood my case at once, made much of me, and to the utmost of his slender power honorably requited the gentleman. He then brought me to the King of Cyprus, who accorded me welcome there in conduct hither so honorable as words of mine can never describe. If aught remains to tell, you had best learn it from the lips of Antigono, who has often heard my story. Then Antigono, addressing the Sultan, said, Sire, what she has told you accords with what she has often told me, and, with what I have learned from the gentlemen and ladies who accompanied her. One thing, however, she has omitted, because, I suppose, it hardly becomes her to tell it, to wit, all that the gentlemen and ladies, who accompanied her, said of the virtuous and gracious and noble life which she led with the devout ladies, and of the tears and wailings of both the ladies and the gentlemen, when they parted with her to me. But were I to essay to repeat all that they said to me, the day that now is, and the night that is to follow, were all too short. Suffice it to say so much as this, that, by what I gathered from their words and have been able to see for myself, you may make it your boast, that among all the daughters of all your peers that wear the crown none can be matched with yours for virtue and true worth. By all which the Soldan was so overjoyed that 'twas a wonder to see. Again and again he made supplication to God, that of his grace power might be vouchsafed him adequately to recompense all who had done honor to his daughter, and most especially the King of Cyprus, for the honorable escort under which he had sent her thither. For Antigono he provided a magnificent guerdon, and some days later gave him his conch to return to Cyprus, at the same time by a special cambassage conveying to the king his grateful acknowledgments of the manner in which he had treated his daughter. Then, being minded that his first intent, to wit, that his daughter should be the bride of the king of Algarve, should not be frustrate, he wrote to the king, telling him all, and adding that, if he were still minded to have her, he might send for her. The king was overjoyed by these tidings, and having sent for her with great pomp, gave her on her arrival a hearty welcome. So she, who had lain with 8 men, in all, perhaps 10,000 times, was bedded with him as a virgin, and made him believe that a virgin she was, and lived long and happily with him as his queen. Wherefore 'twas said, mouth for kisses was never the worse, like as the moon reneweth her course. Novel 8. The Count of Antwerp, laboring under a false accusation, goes into exile. He leaves his 2 children in different places in England, and takes service in Ireland. Returning to England an unknown man, he finds his sons prosperous. He serves as a groom in the army of the King of France. His innocence is established, and he is restored to his former honors. The ladies heaved many sighs over the various fortunes of the fair lady, but what prompted those sighs who shall say? With some, perchance, 'twas as much envy as pity of one to whose lot fell so many nights of delight. But, however this may be, when Pamphilus' story was ended, and the laughter which greeted his last words had subsided, the queen turned to Eliza, and bade her follow suit with one of her stories. So Eliza with a cheerful courage thus began, vast indeed is the field that lies before us, wherein to roam at large too would readily afford each of us not 1 course but 10, so richly has fortune diversified it with episodes both strange and sombre. Wherefore selecting one such from this infinite store, I say, that, after the transference of the Roman Empire from the Franks to the Germans, the greatest enmity prevailed between the 2 nations, with warfare perpetual and relentless. Wherefore, deeming that the offensive would be their best defense, the King of France and his son mustered all the forces they could raise from their own dominions and those of their kinsmen and allies, and arrayed a grand army for the subjugation of their enemies. Before they took the field, as they could not leave the realm without a governor, they chose for that office Gaudier, Count of Antwerp, a true knight and sage counselor, and their very loyal ally and vassal, choosing him the rather, because, albeit he was a thorough master of the art of war, yet they deemed him less apt to support its hardships than for the conduct of affairs of a delicate nature. Therefore, they set in their place as their vicar-general and regent of the whole realm of France, and having so done, they took the field. Count Gaudier ordered his administration wisely and in a regular course, discussing all matters with the queen and her daughter-in-law whom, albeit they were left under his charge and jurisdiction, he nevertheless treated as his ladies paramount. The count was about 40 years of age, and a very mold of manly beauty, in bearing as courteous and chivalrous as ever a gentleman might be, and withal so debonair and dainty, so feat and trim of person that he had not his peer among the gallants of that day. His wife was dead, leaving him 2 children and no more, to wit, a boy and a girl, still quite young. Now the king and his son being thus away at the war, and the count frequenting the court of the 2 said ladies, and consulting with them upon affairs of state, it so befell, that the princess lady regarded him with no small favor, being very sensible alike of the advantages of his person and the nobility of his bearing, whereby she conceived for him a passion which was all the more ardent because it was secret. And, as he was without a wife, and she was still in the freshness of her youth, she saw not why she should not readily be gratified, but supposing that nothing stood in the way but her own shamefastness, she resolved to be rid of that, and disclose her mind to him without any reserve. So one day, when she was alone, she seized her opportunity, and sent for him, as if she were desirous to converse with him on indifferent topics. The Count, his mind entirely aloof from the lady's purpose, presented himself forthwith, and at her invitation sate down by her side on a settee. They were quite alone in the room, but the Count had twice asked her the reason why she had so honored him, before, overcome by passion, she broke silence, and crimsoned from neck with shame, half sobbing, trembling in every limb, and at every word, she thus spoke: "Dearest friend and sweet my lord, sagacity such as yours cannot but be apt to perceive how great is the frailty of men and women, and how, for divers reasons, it varies in different persons in such a degree that no just judge would mete out the same measure to each indifferently, though the fault were apparently the same. Who would not acknowledge that a poor man or woman, fain to earn daily bread by the sweat of the brow, is far more reprehensible in yielding to the solicitations of love, than a rich lady, whose life is lapped in ease and unrestricted luxury? Not a soul, I am persuaded, but would so acknowledge. Wherefore I deem that the possession of these boons of fortune should go far indeed to acquit the possessor, if she, perchance, indulge in errant love, and, for the rest, that, if she have chosen a wise and worthy lover, she should be entirely exonerated. And as I think I may fairly claim the benefit of both these pleas, and of others beside, to wit, my youth and my husband's absence, which naturally incline me to love, 'tis meet that I now urge them in your presence in defense of my passion, and if they have the weight with you which they should have with the wise, I pray you to afford me your help and counsel in the matter wherein I shall demand it. I avow that in the absence of my husband I have been unable to withstand the promptings of the flesh and the power of love, forces of such potency that even the strongest men, not to speak of delicate women, have not seldom been, nay daily are, overcome by them, and so, living thus, as you see me, in ease and luxury, I have allowed the calumnies of love to draw me on until at last I find myself a prey to passion, wherein were I discovered, I were, I confess, dishonored, but discovery being avoided, I count the dishonor all but naught. Moreover, love has been so gracious to me that not only has he spared to blind me in the choice of my lover, but he has even lent me his most effective aid, pointing me to one well worthy of the love of a lady such as I, even to yourself, whom, if I misread not my mind, I deem the most handsome and courteous and debonair, and therewithal the sagest cavalier that the realm of France may shew. And as you are without a wife, so may I say that I find myself without a husband. Wherefore in return for this great love I bear you, deny me not, I pray you, yours, but have pity on my youth, which wastes away for you like ice before the fire. These words were followed by such a flood of tears, that, albeit she had intended yet further to press her suit, speech failed her, her eyes drooped, and, almost swooning with emotion, she let her head fall upon the Count's breast. The Count, who was the most loyal of knights, began with all severity to chide her mad passion, and to thrust her from him, for she was now making as if she would throw her arms around his neck, and to asseverate with oaths that he would rather be hewn in pieces than either commit, or abet another in committing such an offence against the honor of his lord, when the lady, catching his drift, and forgetting all her love in a sudden frenzy of rage, cried out, "So, unknightly knight, is it thus you flout my love? Now heaven forbid, but, as you would be the death of me, I either do you to death or drive you from the world." So saying, she dishevelled and tore her hair and rent her garments to shreds about her bosom, which done, she began shrieking at the top of her voice, "Help! Help! The Count of Antwerp threatens to violate me." Whereupon the Count, who knew that a clear conscience was no protection against the envy of courtiers, and doubted that his innocence would prove scarce a match for the cunning of the lady, started to his feet, and hied him with all speed out of the room, out of the palace, and back to his own house. Counsel of none he sought, but forthwith set his children on horseback, and taking horse himself, departed post-haste for Calais. The lady's cries brought not a few to her aid, who, observing her plight, not only gave entire credence to her story, but improved upon it, alleging that the debonair and accomplished Count had long employed all the arts of seduction to compass his end. So they rushed in hot haste to the Count's house, with intent to arrest him, and not finding him, sacked it and razed it to the ground. The news, as closed and garbled, being carried to the king and prince in the field, they were mightily incensed, and offered a great reward for the Count, dead or alive, and condemned him and his posterity to perpetual banishment. Meanwhile the Count, sorely troubled that by his flight his innocence shewed as guilt, pursued his journey, and concealing his identity, and being recognized by none, arrived with his 2 children at Calais. Thence he forthwith crossed to England, and, meanly clad, fared on for London, taking care as he went to school his children and all that belonged to their new way of life, and especially in 2 main articles, to wit, that they should bear with resignation the poverty to which, by no fault of theirs, but solely by one of fortune's caprices, they and he were reduced, and that they should be most sedulously on their guard to betray to none, as they valued their lives, whence they were, or who their father was. The son, Louis by name, was perhaps 9, and the daughter, Violante, perhaps 7 years of age. For years so tender they proved apt pupils, and afterwards shewed by their conduct that they had well learned their father's lesson. He deemed it expedient to change their names, and accordingly called the boy Purrit and the girl Jeanette. So, meanly clad, the Count and his 2 children arrived at London, and there made shift to get a living by going about soliciting alms in the guise of French mendiants. Now, as for this purpose they waited one morning outside a church, it so befell that a great lady, the wife of one of the marshals of the King of England, observed them, as she left the church, asking alms, and demanded of the Count whence he was, and whether the children were his. He answered that he was from Picardy, that the children were his, and that he had been fain to leave Picardy by reason of the misconduct of their reprobate elder brother. The lady looked at the girl, who being fair, and of gentle and winning mien and manners, found much favor in her eyes. So the kind-hearted lady said to the Count, "My good man, if thou art willing to leave thy little daughter with me, I like her looks so well that I will gladly take her, and if she grow up a good woman, I will see that she is suitably married when the right time comes." The Count was much gratified by the proposal, which he forthwith accepted, and parted with the girl, charging the lady with tears to take every care of her. Having thus placed the girl with one in whom he felt sure that he might trust, he determined to tarry no longer in London, wherefore, taking Purrit with him and begging as he went, he made his way to Wales, not without great suffering, being unused to go afoot. Now in Wales another of the king's marshals had his court, maintaining great state and a large number of retainers, to which court the Count and his son frequently repaired, there to get food, and their Purrit, finding the marshal's son and other gentlemen's sons vying with one another in boyish exercises, as running and leaping, little by little joined their company, and shewed himself a match or more for them all in all their contests. The marshal's attention being thus drawn to him, he was well pleased with the boy's mien and bearing, and asked who he was. He was told that he was the son of a poor man who sometimes came there to solicit alms. Whereupon he asked the Count to let him have the boy, and the Count, to whom God could have granted no greater boon, readily consented, albeit he was very loath to part with Purrit. Having thus provided for his son and daughter, the Count resolved to quit the island, and did so, making his way as best he could to Stamford, in Ireland, where he obtained a menial's place in the service of a knight, retainer to one of the earls of that country, and so abode there a long while, doing all the irksome and wearisome drudgery of a lackey or groom. Meanwhile, under the care of the gentle lady at London, Violante or Jeanette increased, as in years and stature so also in beauty, and in such favor with the lady and her husband and every other member of the household and all who knew her, that 'twas a wonder to see, nor was there any that, observing her bearing and manners, would not have said that estate or dignity there was none so high or honorable but she was worthy of it. So the lady, who, since she had received her from her father, had been unable to learn aught else about him than what he had himself told, was minded to marry her honorably according to what she deemed to be her rank. But God, who justly apportions reward according to merit, having regard to her noble birth, her innocence, and the load of suffering which the sin of another had laid upon her, ordered otherwise, and in his good providence, lest the young gentlewoman should be mated with a churl, permitted, we must believe, events to take the course they did. The gentle lady with whom Jeanette lived had an only son, whom she and her husband loved most dearly, as well because he was a son as for his rare and noble qualities, for in truth there were few that could compare with him in courtesy and courage and personal beauty. Now the young man marked the extraordinary beauty and grace of Jeanette, who was about 6 years his junior, and fell so desperately in love with her that he had no eyes for any other maiden, but, deeming her to be of low degree, he not only hesitated to ask her of his parents in marriage, but, fearing to incur reproof for indulging a passion for an inferior, he did his utmost to conceal his love, whereby it gave him far more disquietude than if he had avowed it, insomuch that so extreme waxed his suffering if fell ill, and that seriously. Divers physicians were called in, but, for all their scrutiny of his symptoms, they could not determine the nature of his malady, and one and all gave him up for lost. Nothing could exceed the sorrow and dejection of his father and mother, who again and again piteously implored him to discover to them the cause of his malady, and received no other answer than sighs or complaints that he seemed to be wasting away. Now it so happened that one day, Jeanette, who from regard for his mother was sedulous in waiting upon him, for some reason or another came into the room where he lay, while a very young but very skillful physician sat by him and held his pulse. The young man gave her not a word or other sign of recognition, but his passion waxed, his heart smote him, and the acceleration of his pulse at once betrayed his inward commotion to the physician, who, albeit surprised, remained quietly attentive to see how long it would last, and observing that it ceased when Jeanette left the room, conjectured that he was on the way to explain the young man's malady. So, after a while, still holding the young man's pulse, he sent for Jeanette, as if he had something to ask of her. She returned forthwith. The young man's pulse mounted as soon as she entered the room, and fell again as soon as she left it. Wherefore the physician no longer hesitated, but rose, and taking the young man's father and mother aside, said to them, "The restoration of your son's health rests not with medical skill, but solely with Jeanette, whom, as by unmistakable signs I have discovered, he ardently loves, though, so far I can see, she is not aware of it. So you know what you have to do if you value his life." The prospect thus afforded of their son's deliverance from death reassured the gentleman and his lady, albeit they were troubled, misdoubting it must be by his marriage with Jeanette. So, when the physician was gone, they went to the sick lad, and the lady thus spoke, "My son, never would I have believed that thou wouldst have concealed from me any desire of thine, least of all if such it were that privation should cause thee to languish, for well assured thou shouldst have been and shouldst be, that I hold thee dear as my very self, and that whatever may be for thy contentment, even though it were scarce seemly, I would do it for thee. But, for all thou hast so done, God has shewn himself more merciful to thee than thyself, and, lest thou die of this malady, has given me to know its cause, which is nothing else than the excessive love which thou bearest to a young woman, be she who she may, which love in good sooth thou needest not have been ashamed to declare, for it is but natural at thy age, and hadst thou not loved, I should have deemed thee of very little worth. So, my son, be not shy of me, but frankly discover to me thy whole heart, and away with this gloom and melancholy whereof thy sickness is engendered, and be comforted, and assure thyself that there is naught that thou mayst require of me which I will not do to give thee ease, so far as my powers may reach, seeing that thou art dearer to me than my own life. Away with thy shamefastness and fears, and tell me if there is aught wherein I may be helpful to thee in the matter of thy love, and if I bestir not myself and bring it to pass, account me the most harsh mother that ever bore son. The young man was at first somewhat shamefast to hear his mother thus speak, but, reflecting that none could do more for his happiness than she, he took courage, and thus spoke: Madam, my sole reason for concealing my love from you was that I have observed that old people for the most part forget that they once were young, but, as I see that no such unreasonableness is to be apprehended in you, I not only acknowledge the truth of what you say that you have discerned, but I will also disclose to you the object of my passion, on the understanding that your promise shall to the best of your power be performed, as it must be, if I am to be restored to you in sound health. Whereupon the lady, making too sure of that which was destined to fall out otherwise than she expected, gave him every encouragement to discover all his heart, and promised to lose no time and spare no pains in endeavoring to compass his gratification. Madam, said then the young man, the rare beauty and exquisite manners of our Jeanette, my powerlessness to make her understand I do not say commiserate me love, and my reluctance to disclose it to any, have brought me to the condition in which you see me, and if your promise be not in one way or another performed, be sure that my life will be brief. The lady, deeming that the occasion called rather for comfort than for admonition, replied with a smile, Ah, my son, was this then of all things the secret of thy suffering? Be of good cheer and leave me to arrange the affair when you are recovered. So, animated by a cheerful hope, the young man speedily gave sign of a most marked improvement, which the lady observed with great satisfaction, and then began to cast about how she might keep her promise. So one day she sent for Jeanette, and in a tone of gentle raillery asked her if she had a lover. Jeanette turned very red as she answered, Madam, 'twould scarce, nay, 'twould ill become a damsel such as I, poor, outcast from home, and in the service of another, to occupy herself with thoughts of love. Whereto the lady answered, So you have none, we will give you one, who will brighten all your life and give you more joy of your beauty, for it is not right that so fair a damsel as you remain without a lover. Madam, rejoined Jeanette, you found me living in poverty with my father, you adopted me, you have brought me up as your daughter, wherefore I should, if possible, comply with your every wish, but in this matter I will render you no compliance, nor do I doubt that I do well. So you will give me a husband, I will love him, but no other will I love, for, as patrimony I now have none save my honor, that I am minded to guard and preserve while my life shall last. Serious though the obstacle was which these words opposed to the plan by which the lady had intended to keep her promise to her son, her sound judgment could not but secretly acknowledge that the spirit which they evinced was much to be commended in the damsel. Wherefore she said, Nay, but, Jeanette, suppose that our lord the king, who is a young knight as thou art a most fair damsel, crave some indulgence of thy love, wouldst thou deny him? The king, returned Jeanette without the least hesitation, might constrain me, but with my consent he should never have aught of me that was not honorable. Whereto the lady made no answer, for she now understood the girl's temper, but, being minded to put her to the proof, she told her son that, as soon as he was recovered, she would arrange that he should be closeted with her in the same room, and be thus able to use all his arts to bring her to his will, saying that it ill became her to play the part of Porus and urge her son's suit upon her own maid. But as the young man, by no means approving this idea, suddenly grew worse, the lady at length opened her mind to Jeanette, whom she found in the same frame as before, and indeed even more resolute. Wherefore she told her husband all that she had done, and as both preferred that their son should marry beneath him, and live, than that he should remain single and die, they resolved, albeit much disconcerted, to give Jeanette to him to wife, and so after long debate they did. Whereat Jeanette was overjoyed, and with devout heart gave thanks to God that he had not forgotten her. Nevertheless she still gave no other account of herself than that she was the daughter of a Picard. So the young man recovered, and blithe at heart as ne'er another, was married, and began to speed the time gaily with his bride. Meanwhile Pyrrhot, left in Wales with the Marshal of the King of England, had likewise with increase of years increase of favour with his master, and grew up most shapely and well favoured, and of such prowess that in all the island at tourney or joust or any other passage of arms he had not his peer, being everywhere known and renowned as Pyrrhot the Picard. And as God had not forgotten Jeanette, so likewise he made manifest by what follows that he had not forgotten Pyrrhot. Well nigh half the population of those parts being swept off by a sudden visitation of deadly pestilence, most of the survivors fled therefrom in a panic, so that the country was, to all appearance, entirely deserted. Among those that died of the pest were the Marshal, his lady, and his son, besides brothers and nephews and kinsfolk in great number, whereby of his entire household there were left only one of his daughters, now marriageable, and a few servants, among them Pyrrhot. Now Pyrrhot being a man of such notable prowess, the damsel, soon after the pestilence had spent itself, took him, with the approval and by the advice of the few folk that survived, to be her husband, and made him lord of all that fell to her by inheritance. Nor was it long before the King of England, learning that the Marshal was dead, made Pyrrhot the Picard, to whose merit he was no stranger, Marshal in the dead man's room. Such, in brief, was the history of the two innocent children, with whom the Count of Antwerp had parted, never expecting to see them again. 'Twas now the 18th year since the Count of Antwerp had taken flight from Paris, when, being still in Ireland, where he had led a very sorry and suffering sort of life, and feeling that age was now come upon him, he felt a longing to learn, if possible, what was become of his children. The fashion of his outward man was now completely changed, for long hardship had, as he well knew, given to his age a vigor which his youth, lapped in ease, had lacked. So he hesitated not to take his leave of the knight with whom he had so long resided, and poor and in sorry trim he crossed to England, and made his way to the place where he had left Pyrrhot, find him a great lord and marshal of the king, and in good health, and withal a hearty man and very handsome, all which was very grateful to the old man, but yet he would not make himself known to his son, until he had learned the fate of Jeanette. So forth he fared again, nor did he halt until he was come to London, where, cautiously casting about for news of the lady with whom he had left his daughter, and how it fared with her, he learned that Jeanette was married to the lady's son. Wearied, in the great gladness of his heart, he counted all his past adversity but a light matter, since he had found his children alive and prosperous. But sore he yearned to see Jeanette. Wherefore he took to loitering, as poor folk were wont, in the neighbourhood of the house. And so one day Jack Lemien, such was the name of Jeanette's husband, saw him and had pity on him, observing that he was poor and aged, and bade one of his servants take him indoors, and for God's sake give him something to eat, and nothing loath the servant did so. Now Jeanette had borne Jack several children, the finest and the most winsome children in the world, the eldest no more than 8 years old, who gathered about the Count as he ate, and, as if by instinct divining that he was their grandfather, began to make friends with him. He, knowing them for his grandchildren, could not conceal his love, and repaid them with caresses, insomuch that they would not hearken to their governor when he called them, but remained with the Count. Which being reported to Jeanette, she came out of her room, crossed to where the Count was sitting with the children, and bade them do as their master told them, or she would certainly have them whipped. The children began to cry, and to say that they would rather stay with the worthy man, whom they liked much better than their master, whereat both the lady and the Count laughed in sympathy. The Count had risen, with no other intention, for he was not minded to disclose his paternity than to pay his daughter the respect due from his poverty to her rank, and the sight of her had thrilled his soul with a wondrous delight. By her he was and remained unrecognized, utterly changed as he was from his former self, aged, grey-haired, bearded, lean and tanned, in short, to all appearance another man than the Count. However, seeing that the children were unwilling to leave him, but wept when she made as if she would constrain them, she bade the master let them be for a time. So the children remained with the worthy man, until by chance Jack's father came home, and learned from the master what had happened. Whereupon, having a grudge against Jeanette, he said, "Let them, being God, give them the ill luck which he owes them. Whence they sprang, thither they must needs return. They descend from a vagabond on the mother's side, and so 'tis no wonder that they consort readily with vagabonds." The Count caught these words, and was sorely pained, but, shrugging his shoulders, bore the affront silently as he had borne many another. Jack, who had noted his children's fondness for the worthy man, to wit, the Count, was displeased, but nevertheless, such was the love he bore them, that, rather than see them weep, he gave order that, if the worthy man cared to stay there in his service, he should be received. The Count answered that he would gladly do so, but that he was fit for nothing except to look after horses, to which he had been used all his life. So a horse was assigned him, and when he had groomed him, he occupied himself in playing with the children. While fortune thus shaped the destinies of the Count of Antwerp and his children, it so befell that after a long series of truce made with the Germans, the King of France died, and his crown passed to his son, whose wife had been the occasion of the Count's banishment. The new king, as soon as the last truce with the Germans was run out, renewed hostilities with extraordinary vigor, being aided by his brother of England with a large army under the command of his marshal, Pyrrhot, and his other marshal's son, Jack Lumiens. With them went the worthy man, that is to say, the Count, who, unrecognized by any, served for a long while in the army in the capacity of groom, and acquitted himself both in council and in arms with a wisdom and valor unwonted in one of his supposed rank. The war was still raging when the Queen of France fell seriously ill, and, as she felt her end approach, made a humble and contrite confession of all her sins to the Archbishop of Rouen, who was universally reputed a good and most holy man. Among her other sins she confessed the great wrong that she had done to the Count of Antwerp, nor was she satisfied to confide it to the Archbishop, but recounted the whole affair, as it had passed, to not a few other worthy men, whom she besought to use their influence with the king to procure the restitution of the Count, if he were still alive, and if not, of his children, to honor and estate. And so, dying shortly afterwards, she was honorably buried. The Queen's confession wrung from the king a sigh or two of compunction for a brave man cruelly wronged, after which he caused proclamation to be made throughout the army and in many other parts, that whoso should bring him tidings of the Count of Antwerp, or his children, should receive from him such a guerdon for each of them as should justly be matter of marvel, seeing that he held him acquitted, by confession of the Queen, of the crime for which he had been banished, and was therefore now minded to grant him not only restitution, but increase of honor and estate. Now the Count, being still with the army in his character of groom, heard the proclamation, which he did not doubt was made in good faith. Wherefore he hied him forthwith to Jack, and begged a private interview with him and Pyrrhot, that he might discover to them that whereof the king was in quest. So the meeting was had, and Pyrrhot was on the point of declaring himself, when the Count anticipated him. "Pyrrhot," he said, "Jack here has thy sister to wife, but never a dowry had he with her. Wherefore, that thy sister be not dowerless, 'tis my will that he, and no other, have this great reward which the king offers for thee, son, as he shall certify, of the Count of Antwerp, and for his wife and thy sister, Violante, and for me, Count of Antwerp, thy father." So hearing, Pyrrhot scanned the Count closely, and forthwith recognizing him, burst into tears, and throwing himself at his feet embraced him, saying, "My father, welcome, welcome indeed art thou." Whereupon, between what he had heard from the Count and what he had witnessed on the part of Pyrrhot, Jack was so overcome with wonder and delight, that at first he was at a loss to know how to act. However, giving entire credence to what he had heard, and recalling insulting language which he had used towards the quondam groom, the Count, he was sore stricken with shame, and wept, and fell at the Count's feet, and humbly craved his pardon for all past offences, which the Count, raising him to his feet, most graciously granted him. So with many a tear and many a hearty laugh the three men compared their several fortunes, which done, Purrit and Jack would have arrayed the Count in manner befitting his rank, but he would by no means suffer it, being minded that Jack, so soon as he was well assured that the guerdon was forthcoming, should present him to the king in his garb of groom, that thereby the king might be the more shamed. So Jack, with the Count and Purrit, went presently to the king and offered to present to him the Count and his children, provided the guerdon were forthcoming according to the proclamation. Jack wondered not a little as forthwith at a word from the king a guerdon was produced ample for all three, and he was bidden take it away with him, so only that he should in very truth produce, as he had promised, the Count and his children in the royal presence. Then, withdrawing a little and causing his quondam groom, now Count, to come forward with Purrit, he said, Sire, father and son, or before you the daughter, my wife, is not here, but, God willing, you shall soon see her. So hearing, the king surveyed the Count, whom, notwithstanding his greatly changed appearance, he at length recognized, and well nigh moved to tears, he raised him from his knees to his feet, and kissed and embraced him. He also gave a kindly welcome to Purrit, and bade forthwith furnish the Count with apparel, servants and horses, suited to his rank, all which was no sooner said than done. Moreover the king shewed Jack no little honor and particularly questioned him of all his past adventures. As Jack was about to take the noble guerdons assigned him for the discovery of the Count and his children, the Count said to him, Take these tokens of the magnificence of our lord the king, and forget not to tell thy father that 'tis from no vagabond that thy children, his and my grandchildren, descend on the mother's side. So Jack took the guerdons, and sent for his wife and mother to join him at Paris. Thither also came Peyrecourt's wife, and there with all magnificence they were entertained by the Count, to whom the king had not only restored all his former estates and honours, but added thereto others, whereby he was now become a greater man than he had ever been before. Then with the Count's leave they all returned to their several houses. The Count himself spent the rest of his days at Paris in greater glory than ever. Novel 9. Bernabo of Genoa, deceived by Cambrocciolo, loses his money and commands his innocent wife to be put to death. She escapes, habits herself as a man, and serves the Soldan. She discovers the deceiver, and brings Bernabo to Alexandria, where the deceiver is punished. She then resumes the garb of a woman, and with her husband returns wealthy to Genoa. When Eliza had performed her part, and brought her touching story to a close, Queen Philomena, a damsel no less stately than fair of person, and of a surpassingly sweet and smiling mien, having composed herself to speak, thus began, Our engagements with Diano shall be faithfully observed, wherefore, as he and I alone remain to complete the day's narration, I will tell my story first, and he shall have the grace he craved, and be the last to speak. After which prelude she thus began her story. 'Tis a proverb current among the vulgar that the deceived has the better of the deceiver, a proverb which, were it not exemplified by events, might hardly in any manner be justified. Wherefore, while adhering to our theme, I am minded at the same time, dearest ladies, to shew you that there is truth in this proverb, the proof whereof should be none the less welcome to you that it may put you on your guard against deceivers. Know then that certain very great merchants of Italy, being met, as merchants use, for divers reasons proper to each, at a hostelry in Paris, and having one evening jovically supped together, fell a talking of divers matters, and so, passing from one topic to another, they came at last to discuss the ladies whom they had left at home, and one jocosely said, I cannot answer for my wife, but for myself I own, that, whenever a girl that is to my mind comes in my way, I give the go-by to the love that I bear my wife, and take my pleasure of the newcomer to the best of my power. And so do I, said another, because I know that, whether I suspect her or no, my wife tries her fortune, and so 'tis do as you are done by the ass and the wall or quits. A third added his testimony to the same effect, and in short all seemed to concur in the opinion that the ladies they had left behind them were not likely to neglect their opportunities, when one, a Genos, Bernabo Lomelin by name, dissociated himself from the rest, affirming that by a special grace of God he was blessed with a wife who was, perhaps, the most perfect paragon to be found in Italy of all the virtues proper to a lady, and in great measure, to a knight or squire, inasmuch as she was fair, still quite young, handy, hearty, and clever beyond all other women in embroidery work and all other forms of ladies' handicraft. Moreover, so well-mannered, discreet and sensible was she that she was as fit to wait at a lord's table as any squire or manservant or such like, the best and most adroit that could be found. To which encomium he added that she knew how to manage a horse, fly a hawk, read, write and cast up accounts better than as if she were a merchant, and after much more in the same strain of commendation he came at length to the topic of their conversation, asseverating with an oath that 'twas not possible to find a woman more honest, more chaste than she. Nay, he verily believed that, if he remained from home for 10 years, or indeed for the rest of his days, she would never think of any of these casual amours with any other man. Among the merchants who thus gossiped was a young man, Cambrucciolo di Piacenza, by name, who, when Bernabo thus concluded his eulogy of his wife, broke out into a mighty laugh, and asked him with a clear, whether he of all men had this privilege by special patent of the emperor. Bernabo replied, somewhat angrily, that 'twas a boon conferred upon him by God, who was rather more powerful than the emperor. To which Cambrucciolo rejoined, I make no doubt, Bernabo, that thou believest that what thou say'st is true, but, methinks, thou hast been but a careless observer of the nature of things. Otherwise, I do not take thee to be of so gross understanding, but that thou must have discerned therein reasons for speaking more judiciously of this matter, and that thou mayst not think that we, who have spoken with much freedom about our wives, deem them to be of another nature and mold than thine, but mayst know that we have but uttered what common sense dictates. I am minded to go a little further into this matter with thee. I have always understood, that of all mortal beings created by God, man is the most noble, and next after him woman. Man, then, being, as is universally believed, and is indeed apparent by his works, more perfect than woman, must without doubt be endowed with more firmness and constancy, women being one and all more mobile, for reasons not a few and founded in nature, which I might add to, but mean for the present to pass over. And yet, for all his greater firmness, man cannot withstand, I do not say a woman's supplications, but of mere lust of the eye which she unwittingly excites, and that in such sort that he will do all that is in his power to induce her to pleasure him, not once, perhaps, in the course of a month, but 1,000 times a day. How, then, shouldst thou expect a woman, mobile by nature, to resist the supplications, the flatteries, the gifts, and all the other modes of attack that an accomplished seducer will employ? Thou thinkest that she may hold out. Nay, verily, affirm it as thou mayst, I doubt thou dost not really so think. Thou dost not deny that thy wife is a woman, a creature of flesh and blood like the rest, and if so, she must have the same cravings, the same natural propensities as they, and no more force to withstand them. Wherefore 'tis at least possible, that, however honest she be, she will do as others do, and not that is possible admits such peremptory denial or affirmation of its contrary as this of thine. Whereto Bernabo returned, thee am a merchant and no philosopher, and I will give thee a merchant's answer. I acknowledge that what thou say'st is true of vain and foolish women who have no modesty, but such as are discreet or so sensitive in regard of their honor that they become better able to preserve it than men, who have no such solicitude, and my wife is one of this sort. Doubtless, observed Cambrucciolo, few would be found to indulge in these casual amours, if every time they did so a horn grew out on the brow to attest the fact. But not only does no horn make its appearance, but not so much as a trace or vestige of a horn, so only they be but prudent, and the shame and dishonor consist only in the discovery. Wherefore, if they can do it secretly, they do it, or are fools to refrain. Hold it for certain that she alone is chaste who either had never suit made to her, or, suing herself, was repulsed. And albeit I know that for reasons true and founded in nature this must needs be, yet I should not speak so positively thereof as I do, had I not many a time with many a woman verified it by experience. And I assure thee that, had I but access to this most saintly wife of thine, I should confidently expect very soon to have the same success with her as with others. Then Bernabo angrily tore along and tedious to continue this discussion. I should have my say, and thou thine, and in the end 'twould come to nothing. But, as thou say'st that they are all so compliant, and that thou art so accomplished a seducer, I give thee this pledge of the honor of my wife. I consent to forfeit my head, if thou shouldst succeed in bringing her to pleasure thee in such a sort, and shouldst thou fail, thou shalt forfeit to me no more than 1,000 florins of gold. Elated by this unexpected offer, Cambrocciolo replied, I know not what I should do with thy blood, Bernabo, if I won the wager, but, if thou wouldst have proof of what I have told thee, lay 5,000 florins of gold, which must be worth less to thee than thy head, against 1,000 of mine, and, whereas thou makest no stipulation as to time, I will bind myself to go to Genoa, and within 3 months from my departure hence to have had my pleasure of thy wife, and in witness thereof to bring back with me, of the things which she prizes most dearly, evidence of her compliance so weighty and conclusive that thou thyself shalt admit the fact, nor do I require aught of thee but that thou pledge thy faith neither to come to Genoa nor to write word to her of this matter during the said 3 months. Bernabo professed himself well content, and though the rest of the company, seeing that the compact might well have very evil consequences, did all that they could to frustrate it, yet the 2 men were now so heated that, against the will of the others, they set it down fairly in writing, and signed it each with his own hand. This done, Cambrocciolo, leaving Bernabo at Paris, posted with all speed for Genoa. Arrived there, he set to work with great caution, and having found out the quarter in which the lady resided, he learned in the course of a few days enough about her habits of life and her character to know that what Bernabo had told him was rather less than the truth. So, recognizing that his enterprise was hopeless, he cast about for some device whereby he might cover his defeat, and having got speech of a poor woman, who was much in the lady's house, as also in her favor, he bribed her, other means failing, to convey him in a chest, which he had made for the purpose, not only into the house but into the bedroom of the lady, whom the good woman, following Bernabo's instructions, induced to take charge of it for some days, during which, she said, she would be away. So the lady suffered the chest to remain in the room, and when the night was so far spent that Bernabo thought she must be asleep, he opened it with some tools with which he had provided himself, and stole softly out. There was a light in the room, so that he was able to form an idea of its situation, to take note of the pictures and everything else of consequence that it contained, and to commit the whole to memory. This done, he approached the bed, and observing that the lady, and a little girl that was with her, were fast asleep, he gently uncovered her, and saw that nude she was not a whit less lovely than when dressed. He looked about for some mark that might serve him as evidence that he had seen her in this state, but found nothing except a mole, which she had under the left breast, and which was fringed with a few fair hairs that shone like gold. So beautiful was she that he was tempted at the hazard of his life to take his place by her side in the bed, but, remembering what he had heard of her inflexible caudarie in such affairs, he did not venture but quietly replaced the bedclothes, and having passed the best part of the night very much at his ease in her room, he took from one of the lady's boxes a purse, a gown, a ring and a girdle, and with these tokens returned to the chest, and locked himself in as before. In this manner he passed 2 nights, nor did the lady in the least suspect his presence. On the 3rd day the good woman came by praeconter to fetch her chest, and took it back to the place whence she had brought it. So Cambrocciolo got out, paid her the stipulated sum, and hied him back with all speed to Paris, where he arrived within the appointed time. Then, in presence of the merchants who were witnesses of his altercation with Bernabo, and the wager to which it had given occasion, he told Bernabo that he had won the bet, having done what he had boasted that he would do, and in proof thereof he first of all described the appearance of the room and the pictures, and then displayed the articles belonging to the lady which he had brought away with him, averring that she had given them to him. Bernabo acknowledged the accuracy of his description of the room, and that the articles did really belong to his wife, but objected that Cambrucciolo might have learned characteristic features of the room from one of the servants, and have come by the things in a similar way, and therefore, unless he had something more to say, he could not justly claim to have won the bet. Verily, rejoined Cambrucciolo, this should suffice, but, as thou requirest that I say somewhat further, I will satisfy thee. I say, then, that Madame Ginevra, thy wife, has under her left breast a mole of some size, around which are, perhaps, 6 hairs of a golden hue. As Bernabo heard this, it was as if a knife pierced his heart, so poignant was his suffering, and, though no word escaped him, the complete alteration of his mien bore unmistakable witness to the truth of Cambrucciolo's words. After a while he said, Gentlemen, 'tis even as Cambrucciolo says, he has won the bet, he has but to come when he will, and he shall be paid. And so the very next day Cambrucciolo was paid in full, and Bernabo, intent on wreaking vengeance on his wife, left Paris and set his face towards Genoa. He had no mind, however, to go home, and accordingly halted at an estate which he had some 20 miles from the city, whither he sent forward a servant, in whom he reposed much trust, with 2 horses and a letter advising the lady of his return, and bidding her come out to meet him. At the same time he gave the servant secret instructions to choose some convenient place, and ruthlessly put the lady to death, and so returned to him. On his arrival at Genoa the servant delivered his message and the letter to the lady, who received him with great cheer, and next morning got on horseback and set forth with him for her husband's estate. So they rode on, talking of divers matters, until they came to a deep gorge, very lonely, and shut in by high rocks and trees. The servant, deeming this just the place in which he might without risk of discovery fulfill his lord's behest, whipped out a knife, and seizing the lady by the arm, said, Madam, commend your soul to God, for here must end at once your journey and your life. Terror-stricken by what she saw and heard, the lady cried out, Mercy, for God's sake, before thou slay me, tell me at least wherein I have wronged thee, that thou art thus minded to put me to death. Madam, said the servant, me you have in no wise wronged, but your husband how you may have wronged him I know not. Arched me she you no mercy, but to slay you on this journey, and threatened to have me hanged by the neck, should I not do so. You know well how bound I am to him, and that I may not disobey any of his commands. God knows I pity you, but yet I can no otherwise. Whereat the lady burst into tears, saying, Mercy, for God's sake, make not thyself the murderer of one that has done thee no wrong, at the behest of another. The all-ceasing God knows that I never did aught to merit such requital at my husband's hands. But enough of this for the present. There is a way in which thou canst serve at once God and thy master and myself, if thou wilt do as I bid thee. Take, then, these clothes of mine and give me in exchange just thy doublet and a hood, and carry the clothes with thee to my lord and thine, and tell him that thou hast slain me, and I swear to thee by the life which I shall have received at thy hands, that I will get me gone, and there abide whence news of me shall never reach either him or thee or these parts. The servant, being loath to put her to death, soon yielded to pity, and so he took her clothes, allowing her to retain a little money that she had, and gave her one of his Warsaw doublets and a hood. Then, praying her to depart the country, he left her afoot in the gorge, and returned to his master, whom he gave to understand that he had not only carried out his orders but had left the lady's body a prey to wolves. Bernabo after a while returned to Genoa, where, the supposed murder being bruited abroad, he was severely censured. Alone and disconsolate, the lady, as night fell, disguised herself as best she could, and hied her to a neighboring village, where, having procured what was needful from an old woman, she shortened the doublet and fitted it to her figure, converted her chemise into a pair of breeches, cut her hair close, and, in short, completely disguised herself as a sailor. She then made her way to the coast, where by chance she encountered a Catalan gentleman, by name Segner Enarch, who had landed from one of his ships, which lay in the offing, to recreate himself at Alba, where there was a fountain. So she made overture to him of her services, was engaged and taken aboard the ship, assuming the name Cicurano da Finale. The gentleman put her in better trim as to clothes, and found her so apt and handy at service that he was exceeding well pleased with her. Not long afterwards the Catalan sailed one of his carracks to Alexandria. He took with him some peregrine falcons, which he presented to the Sultan, who feasted him once or twice, and noting with approbation the behavior of Cicurano, who always attended his master, he craved him of the Catalan, which request the Catalan reluctantly granted. Cicurano proved so apt for his new service that he was soon as high in grace and favor with the Sultan as he had been with the Catalan. Wherefore, when the time of year came at which there was wont to be held at Acre, then under the Sultan's sway, a great fair, much frequented by merchants, Christian and Saracen alike, and to which, for the security of the merchants and their goods, the Sultan always sent one of his great officers of state with other officers and a guard to attend upon them, he determined to send Cicurano, who by this time knew the language very well. So Cicurano was sent to Acre as governor and captain of the guard for the protection of the merchants and merchandise. Arrived there, he bestirred himself with great zeal in all matters appertaining to his office, and as he went his rounds of inspection, he espied among the merchants not a few from Italy, Sicilians, Pisans, Genoese, Venetians, and so forth, with whom he consorted the more readily because they reminded him of his native land. And so it befell that, alighting once at a shop belonging to some Venetian merchants, he saw there among other trinkets a purse and a girdle, which he forthwith recognized as having once been his own. Concealing his surprise, he blandly asked whose they were, and if they were for sale. He was answered by Campruccolo da Piacenza, who had come thither with much merchandise aboard a Venetian ship, and hearing that the captain of the guard was asking about the ownership of the purse and girdle, came forward, and said with a smile, "The things are mine, sir, and I am not disposed to sell them, but, if they take your fancy, I will gladly give them to you." Observing the smile, Cicurano misdoubted that something had escaped him by which Campruccolo had recognized him, but he answered with a composed air, "Thou dost smile, perchance, to see me, a soldier, come asking about this woman's gear?" "Not so, sir," returned Campruccolo, "I smile to think of the manner in which I came by it." "And pray," said Cicurano, "if thou hast no reason to conceal it, tell me, in God's name, how thou didst come by the things." "Why, sir," said Campruccolo, "they were given me by a Genoese lady, with whom I once spent a night, Madame Ginevra by name, wife of Bernabo Lomellin, who prayed me to keep them as a token of her love. I smiled just now to think of the folly of Bernabo, who was so mad as to stake 5,000 florins of gold against my 1,000 that I could not bring his wife to surrender to me, which I did. I won the bet, and he, who should rather have been punished for his insensate folly than she for doing what all women do, had her put to death, as I afterwards gathered, on his way back from Paris to Genoa." Campruccolo had not done speaking before Cicurano had discerned in him the evident cause of her husband's animosity against her, and all her woe, and had made up her mind that he should not escape with impunity. She therefore feigned to be much interested by this story, consorted frequently and very familiarly with Campruccolo, and insidiously captured his confidence, insomuch that at her suggestion, when the fair was done, he, taking with him all his wares, accompanied her to Alexandria, where she provided him with a shop, and put no little of her own money in his hands, so that he, finding it very profitable, was glad enough to stay. Anxious to make her innocence manifest to Bernabo, Cicurano did not rest until, with the help of some great Genoese merchants that were in Alexandria, she had devised an expedient to draw him thither. Her plan succeeded. Bernabo arrived, and, as he was now very poor, she privily arranged that he should be entertained by one of her friends until occasion should serve to carry out her design. She had already induced Campruccolo to tell his story to the Sultan, and the Soldan to interest himself in the matter. So Bernabo being come, and further delayed inexpedient, she seized her opportunity, and persuaded the Soldan to cite Cambrojcolo and Bernabo before him, that in Bernabo's presence Cambrojcolo might be examined of his boast touching Bernabo's wife, and the truth hereof, if not to be had from him by gentle means, be elicited by torture. So the Soldan, having Cambrojcolo and Bernabo before him, amid a great concourse of his people questioned Cambrojcolo of the 5,000 florins of gold that he had won from Bernabo, and sternly bade him tell the truth. Still more harsh was the aspect of Cicurano, in whom Cambrojcolo had placed his chief reliance, but who now threatened him with the direst torments if the truth were not forthcoming. Thus hard bested on this side and on that, and in a manner coerced, Cambrojcolo, thinking he had but to refund, in presence of Bernabo and many others accurately recounted the affair as it had happened. When he had done, Cicurano, as minister of the Soldan for the time being, turned to Bernabo and said, "And thy wife, thus falsely accused, what treatment did she meet with at thy hands?" "Mortified," said Bernabo, "by the loss of my money, and the dishonor which I deemed to have been done me by my wife, I was so overcome by wrath that I had her put to death by one of my servants, who brought me word that her corpse had been instantly devoured by a pack of wolves." Albeit the Soldan had heard and understood all that had passed, yet he did not as yet apprehend the object for which Cicurano had pursued the investigation. Wherefore Cicurano thus addressed him, "My lord, what cause this good lady has to boast of her lover and her husband you have now abundant means of judging, seeing that the lover at one and the same time despoils her of her honor, blasting her fair fame with slanderous accusations, and ruins her husband who, more prompt to trust the falsehood of another than the verity of which his own long experience should have assured him, devotes her to death and the devouring wolves, and, moreover, such is the regard, such the love which both bear her that, though both tarry a long time with her, neither recognizes her. However, that you may know full well what chastisements they have severally deserved, I will now cause her to appear in your presence and theirs, provided you, of your especial grace, be pleased to punish the deceiver and pardon the deceived." The Soldan, being minded in this matter to defer entirely to Cicurano, answered that he was well content, and bade produce the lady. Bernabo, who had firmly believed that she was dead, was lost in wonder, likewise Cambrojcolo, who now divined his evil plight, and dreading something worse than the disbursement of money, knew not whether to expect the lady's advent with fear or with hope. His suspense was not of long duration, for, as soon as the Soldan signified his assent, Cicurano, weeping, threw herself on her knees at his feet, and discarding the tones, as she would fain have divested herself of the outward semblance of a man, said, "My lord, that forlorn, hapless Ginevra am I, falsely and fully slandered by this traitor Cambrojcolo, and by my cruel and unjust husband delivered over to his servant to slaughter and cast out as a prey to the wolves, for which cause I have now for 6 years been a wanderer on the face of the earth in the guise of a man." Then rending her robes in front and baring her breast, she made it manifest to the Soldan and all others who were present, that she was indeed a woman. Then turning to Cambrojcolo she haughtily challenged him to say when she had ever lain with him, as he had boasted. Cambrojcolo said never a word, for he now recognized her, and it was as if shame had reft from him the power of speech. The Soldan, who had never doubted that Cicurano was a man, was so wonder-struck by what he saw and heard that at times he thought it must be all a dream. But, as wonder gave place to conviction of the truth, he extolled in the countless terms the constancy and virtue and seemliness with which Ginevra, erstwhile Cicurano, had ordered her life. He then directed that she should be most nobly arrayed in the garb of her sex and surrounded by a bevy of ladies. Mindful of her intercession, he granted to Bernabo the life which he had forfeited, and she, when Bernabo threw himself at her feet and wept and craved her pardon, raised him, unworthy though he was, to his feet and generously forgave him, and tenderly embraced him as her husband. Cambrojcolo the Soldan commanded to be bound to a stake, that his bare flesh, anointed with honey, might be exposed to the sun on one of the heights of the city, there to remain until it should fall to pieces of its own accord, and so 'twas done. He then decreed that the lady should have the trader's estate, which was worth not less but rather more than 10,000 doubloons were, till he added, in jewels and vessels of gold and silver, and in money, the equivalent of upwards of other 10,000 doubloons, having first entertained her and her husband with most magnificent and harmonious cheer, accordant with the lady's worth. Which done, he placed a ship at their disposal, and gave them leave to return to Genoa at their pleasure. So to Genoa they returned very rich and happy, and were received with all honor, especially Madame Ginevra, whom all the citizens had believed to be dead, and whom thenceforth, so long as she lived, they held of great consequence and excellency. As for Cambrogillo, the very same day that he was bound to the stake, the honey with which his body was anointed attracted such swarms of flies, wasps and gadflies, wherewith that country abounds, that not only was his life sucked from him, but his very bones were completely denuded of flesh, in which state, hanging by the sinews, they remained a long time undisturbed, for a sign and a testimony of his baseness to all that passed by. And so the deceived had the better of the deceiver. Novel 10. Pigendino di Monaco carries off the wife of Messer Ricciardo di Cinzia, who, having learned where she is, goes to Pigendino and in a friendly manner asks him to restore her. He consents provided she be willing. She refuses to go back with her husband. Messer Ricciardo dies and she marries Pigendino. Their queen's story, by its beauty, elicited hearty commendation from all the honorable company, and most especially from D'Artagnan, with whom it now rested to conclude the day's narration. Again and again he renewed his eulogy of the queen's story, and then began on this wise: Fair ladies, there is that in the queen's story which has caused me to change my purpose, and substitute another story for that which I had meant to tell. I refer to the insensate folly of Bernabé, though it was with him in the end, and of all others who delude themselves, as he seemed to do, with the vain imagination that, while they go about the world, taking their pleasure now of this, now of the other woman, their wives, left at home, suffer not their hands to stray from their girdles, as if we who were born of them and bred among them, could be ignorant of the bent of their desires. Wherefore, by my story I purpose at one and the same time to shew you how great is the folly of all such, and how much greater is the folly of those who, deeming themselves mightier than nature, think by sophistical arguments to bring that to pass which is beyond their power, and strive might and main to conform others to their own pattern, however little the nature of the latter may brook such treatment. Know then that there was in Pisa a judge, better endowed with mental than with physical vigor, by name Messer Ricciardo di Cinzia, who, being minded to take a wife, and thinking, perhaps, to satisfy her by the same resources which served him for his studies, was to be suited with none that had not both youth and beauty, qualities which he would rather have eschewed, if he had known how to give himself as good counsel as he gave to others. However, being very rich, he had his desire. Messer Lotto Gualandi gave him in marriage one of his daughters, Bartolomea by name, a maid as fair and fit for amorous dalliance as any in Pisa, though few maids be there that do not chew as spotted lizards. The judge brought her home with all pomp and ceremony, and had a brave and lordly wedding, but in the essay which he made the very first night to serve her so as to consummate the marriage, he made a false move, and drew the game much to his own disadvantage, for next morning his lean, withered and scarce animate frame was only to be requickened by draughts of vernicia, artificial restoratives, and the like remedies. So, taking a more sober estimate of his powers than he had been wont, the worthy judge began to give his wife lessons from a calendar, which might have served as a hornbook, and perhaps had been put together at Ravenna and Asmack, as, according to his shewing, there was not a day in the year but was sacred, not to one saint only, but to many, in honor of whom for divers reasons it behoved men and women to abstain from carnal intercourse, were till he added fast days, ember days, vigils of apostles and other saints, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the whole of Lent, certain lunar mansions, and many other exceptions, arguing perchance that the practice of men with women abed should have its times of vacation no less than the administration of the law. In this method, which caused the lady grievous dumps, he long persisted, hardly touching her once a month, and observing her closely, lest another should give her to no working days, as he had taught her holidays. Now it so befell that, one hot season, Messer Ricciardo thought he would like to visit a very beautiful estate which he had near Monte Nero, there to take the air and recreate himself for some days, and thither accordingly he went with his fair lady. While there, to amuse her, he arranged for a day's fishing, and so, he in one boat with the fishermen, and she in another with other ladies, they put out to watch the sport, which they found so delightsome, that almost before they knew where they were some miles out to sea. And while they were thus engrossed with the sport, a galleot of Pagandino di Mare, a very famous corsair of those days, hove in sight and bore down upon the boats, and, for all the speed they made, came up with that in which were the ladies, and on sight of the fair lady Pagandino, regardless of all else, bore her off to his galleot before the very eyes of Messer Ricciardo, who was by this time ashore, and forthwith was gone. The chagrin of the judge, who was jealous of the very air, may readily be imagined. But 'twas to no purpose that, both at Pisa and elsewhere, he moaned and groaned over the wickedness of the corsairs, for he knew neither by whom his wife had been abducted, nor whither she had been taken. Paganino, meanwhile, deemed himself lucky to have gotten so beautiful a prize, and being unmarried, he was minded never to part with her, and addressed himself by soft words to soothe the sorrow which kept her in a flood of tears. Finding words of little avail, he at night passeth more readily that the calendar had slipped from his girdle, and all feasts and holidays from his mind to acts of love, and on this wise administered consolation so effective that before they were come to Monaco she had completely forgotten the judge and his canons, and had begun to live with Paganino as merrily as might be. So he brought her to Monaco, where, besides the daily and nightly solace which he gave her, he honorably entreated her as his wife. Not long afterwards Messer Ricciardo coming to know where his wife was, and being most ardently desirous to have her back, and thinking none but he would understand exactly what to do in the circumstances, determined to go and fetch her himself, being prepared to spend any sum of money that might be demanded by way of ransom. So he took ship, and being come to Monaco, he both saw her and was seen by her, which news she communicated to Paganino in the evening, and told him how she was minded to behave. Next morning Messer Ricciardo, encountering Paganino, made up to him and soon assumed a very familiar and friendly air, while Paganino pretended not to know him, being on his guard to see what he would be at. So Messer Ricciardo, as soon as he deemed the time ripe, as best and most delicately he was able, disclosed to Paganino the business on which he had come, praying him to take whatever in the way of ransom he chose and restore him the lady. Paganino replied cheerily, "Right glad I am to see you here, sir, and briefly thus I answer you. True it is that I have here a young woman, whether she be your wife or another man's, I know not, for you are none of my acquaintance, nor is she, except for the short time that she has been with me. If, as you say, you are her husband, why, as you seem to me to be a pleasant gentleman, I will even take you to her, and I doubt not she will know you well if she says that it is even as you say, and is minded to go with you. You shall give me just what you like by way of ransom, so pleasant have I found you, otherwise 'twill be churlish in you to think of taking her from me, who am a young man, and as fit to keep a woman as another, and moreover never knew any woman so agreeable." "My wife," said Ricciardo, "she is beyond all manner of doubt, as thou shalt see, for so soon as thou bringest me to her, she will throw her arms about my neck, wherefore as thou art minded, even so be it, I ask no more." "Go we then," said Paganino, and forthwith they went into the house, and Paganino sent for the lady while they waited in one of the halls. By and by she entered from one of the adjoining rooms all trim and tricked out, and advanced to the place where Paganino and Messer Ricciardo were standing, but never a word did she vouchsafe to her husband, any more than if he had been some stranger whom Paganino had brought into the house. Whereat the judge was mightily amazed, having expected to be greeted by her with the heartiest of cheer, and began to ruminate thus: perhaps I am so changed by the melancholy and prolonged heartache, to which I have been a prey since I lost her, that she does not recognize me. Wherefore he said, Madam, cause enough have I to rue it that I took thee a fishing, for never yet was known such grief as has been mine since I lost thee, and now it seems as if thou dost not recognize me, so scant of courtesy is thy greeting. Seest thou not that I am thy Messer Ricciardo, come hither prepared to pay whatever this gentleman, in whose house we are, may demand, that I may have thee back and take thee away with me, and he is so good as to surrender thee on my own terms? The lady turned to him with a slight smile, and said, Is it to me you speak, sir? Bethink you that you may have mistaken me for another, for I, for my part, do not remember ever to have seen you. Nay, said Messer Ricciardo, but bethink thee what thou sayst. Scan me closely, and if thou wilt but search thy memory, thou wilt find that I am thy Ricciardo di Cinzia. Your pardon, sir, answered the lady, 'tis not, perhaps, as seemly for me, as you imagine, to gaze long upon you, but I have gazed long enough to know that I never saw you before. Messer Ricciardo supposed that she so spoke for fear of Paganino, in whose presence she durst not acknowledge that she knew him. So, after a while, he craved as a favor of Paganino that he might speak with her in a room alone, which request Paganino granted, so only that he did not kiss her against her will. He then bade the lady go with Messer Ricciardo into a room apart, and hear what he had to say, and give him such answer as she deemed meet. So the lady and Messer Ricciardo went together into a room alone, and sate down, and Messer Ricciardo began on this wise: Ah, dear heart of me, sweet soul of me, hope of me, dost not recognize thy Ricciardo that loves thee better than himself? How comes it thus to pass? Am I then so changed? Ah, goodly I of me, do but look on me a little. Whereat the lady burst into a laugh, and interrupting him, said, Rest assured that my memory is not so short but that I know you for what you are, my husband, Messer Ricciardo di Cinzia, but far enough you shewed yourself to be, while I was with you, from knowing me for what I was, young, lusty, lively, which, had you been the wise man you would fain be reputed, you would not have ignored, nor by consequence that which, besides food and clothing, it behoves men to give young ladies, albeit for shame they demand it not, which in what sort you gave, you know. You should not have taken a wife if she was to be less to you than the study of the law, albeit 'twas never as a judge that I regarded you, but rather as a bellman of Innocenia and saints' days, so well you knew them all, and fasts and vigils. And I tell you that, had you imposed the observance of as many saints' days on the laborers that till your lands as on yourself who had but my little plot to till, you would never have harvested a single grain of corn. God in his mercy, having regard unto my youth, has caused me to fall in with this gentleman, with whom I am much closeted in this room, where naught is known of feasts, such feasts, I mean, as you, more devoted to the service of God than to the service of ladies, were wont to observe in such profusion, nor was this threshold ever crossed by Saturday or Friday or Vigil or Ember days or Lent, that is so long. Rather here we are at work day and night, threshing the wool, and well I know how featly it went when the maiden bell last sounded. Wherefore with him I mean to stay, and to work while I am young, and postpone the observance of feasts and times of indulgence and fasts until I am old. So get you hence, and good luck go with you, but depart with what speed you may, and observe as many feasts as you like, so I be not with you. The pain with which Messer Ricciardo followed this outburst was more than he could bear, and when she had done, he exclaimed, Ah, sweet soul of me, what words are these that thou utterest? Hast thou no care for thy parents' honor and thine own? Wilt thou remain here to be this man's harlot, and to live in mortal sin, rather than live with me at peace as my wife? Why, when he is tired of thee, he will cast thee out to thy most grievous dishonor. I will ever cherish thee, and ever, will I know thou wilt be the mistress of my house. Wouldst thou, to gratify this unbridled and unseemly passion, part at once with thy honor and with me, who love thee more dearly than my very life. Ah, cherished hope of me, say not so again, make up thy mind to come with me. As I now know thy bent, I will henceforth constrain myself to pleasure thee. Wherefore, sweet my treasure, think better of it, and come with me, who have never known a happy hour since thou wert reft from me. The lady answered, I expect not, nor is it possible, that another should be more tender of my honor than I am myself. Were my parents so when they gave me to you? I trow not, nor mean I to be more tender of their honor now than they were then of mine. And if now I live in mortal sin, I will ever abide there until it be past all sin. Concern yourself no further on my account. Moreover, let me tell you, that, whereas at Pisa 'twas as if I were your harlot, seeing that the planets in conjunction according to lunar mansion and geometric square intervened between you and me, here with Paganino I deem myself a wife, for he holds me in his arms all night long and hugs and bites me, and how he serves me, God be my witness. Ah, but you say you will constrain yourself to serve me, to what end? To do it on the third essay and raise it by stroke of baton. I doubt not you are become a perfect knight since last I saw you. Begone, and constrain yourself to live, for here, methinks, your tenure is but precarious, so hectic and wasted is your appearance. Nay, more I tell you this, that, should Paganino desert me, which he does not seem disposed to do so long as I am willing to stay with him, never will I return to your house, where for one while I stay to my most grievous loss and prejudice, but will seek my commodity elsewhere, than with one from whose whole body I could not wring a single upful of sap. So, again, I tell you that here is neither feast nor vigil, wherefore here I mean to abide, and you, get you gone, in God's name, with what speed you may, lest I raise the cry that you threaten to violate me. Messer Ricciardo felt himself hard bested, but he could not but recognize that, worn out as he was, he had been foolish to take a young life so sad and woebegone. He quitted the room, and, after expending on Paganino a wealth of words which signified nothing, he at last gave up his bootless enterprise, and leaving the lady to her own devices, returned to Pisa, where for very grief he lapsed into such utter imbecility that, when he was met by any with greeting or question in the street, he made no other answer than the evil Holbrook's no holiday, and soon afterwards died, which when Paganino learned, being well assured of the love the lady bore him, he made her his lawful wife, and so, keeping neither feast nor vigil nor Lent, they worked as hard as their legs permitted, and had a good time. Wherefore, dear my ladies, I am of opinion that Messer Bernabo in his altercation with Cambrocciolo rode the goat downhill. For this story provoked so much laughter that the jaws of every one in the company ached, and all the ladies by common consent acknowledged that Diono was right, and pronounced Bernabo a blockhead. But when the story was ended and the laughter had subsided, the queen, observing that the hour was now late, and that with the completion of the day's storytelling the end of her sovereignty was come, followed the example of her predecessor, and took off her wreath and set it on Nephile's brow, saying with gladsome mien, Now, dear gossip, thine be the sovereignty of this little people. And so she resumed her seat. Nephile colored somewhat to receive such honor, shewing of aspect even as the fresh-blown rose of April or May in the radiance of the dawn, her eyes rather downcast, and glowing with love's fire like the morning star. But when the respectful murmur, by which the rest of the company gave blithe token of the favor in which they held their queen, was hushed, and her courage revived, she raised herself somewhat more in her seat than she was wont, and thus spoke, As so it is that I am your queen, I purpose not to depart from the usage observed by my predecessors, whose rule has commanded not only your obedience but your approbation. I will therefore in few words explain to you the course which, if it commend itself to your wisdom, we will follow. Tomorrow, you know, is Friday, and the next day Saturday, days which most folk find somewhat wearisome by reason of the viands which are then customary, to say nothing of the reverence in which Friday is meet to be held, seeing that 'twas on that day that he who died for us bore his passion, wherefore 'twould be in my judgment both right and very seemly, if, in honor of God, we then bade story-telling give place to prayer. On Saturday ladies are wont to wash the head, and rid their persons of whatever of dust or other soiler they may have gathered by the labors of the past week. Not a few, likewise, were wont to practice abstinence for devotion to the Virgin Mother of the Son of God, and to honor the approaching Sunday by an entire surcease from work. Wherefore, as we cannot then completely carry out our plan of life, we shall, I think, do well to intermit our storytelling on that day also. We shall then have been here 4 days, and lest we should be surprised by newcomers, I deem it expedient that we shift our quarters, and I have already taken thought for our next place of sojourn, where, being arrived on Sunday, we will assemble after our sleep, and, whereas today our discourse has had an ample field to range in, I propose, both because you will thereby have more time for thought, and it will be best to set some limits to the license of our storytelling, that of the many diversities of fortune's handiwork we make one our theme, whereof I have also made choice, to wit, the luck of such as have painfully acquired some much coveted thing, or having lost, have recovered it. Whereon let each meditate some matter, which to tell may be profitable or at least delectable to the company, saving always D'Agonio's privilege. All applauded the Queen's speech and plan, to which, therefore, it was decided to give effect. Thereupon the Queen called her seneschal, told him where to place the tables that evening, and then explained to him all that he had to do during the time of her sovereignty. This done, she rose with her train, and gave leave to all to take their pleasure as to each might seem best. So the ladies and the men hied them away to a little garden, where they diverted themselves a while. Then supper time being come, they supped with all gay and festal cheer. When they were risen from the table, Amelia, at the Queen's command, led the dance, while Pampinea, the other ladies responding, sang the ensuing song. Shall any lady sing, if I not sing, I to whom love did full contentment bring? Come hither, love, thou cause of all my joy, of all my hope, and all its sequel blessed, and with me tune the lay, no more to sighs and bitter past annoy, that now but serve to lend thy bliss more zest, but to that fire's clear ray, wherewith enwrapped I blithely live and gay, thee as my God for ever worshipping. 'Twas thou, O love, didst set before mine eyes, when first thy fire my soul did penetrate, a youth to be my fear, so fair, so fit for deeds of high emprise, that ne'er another shall be found more great, nay, nor, I ween, his peer. Such flame he kindled that my heart's full cheer I now pour out and chant with thee, my king. And that wherein I most delight is this, that as I love him, so he loveth me. So thank thee, love, I must. For whatsoe'er this world can yield of bliss is mine, and in the next at peace to be I hope through that full trust I place in him. And thou, O God, that dost at sea, wilt grant of joy thy plenishing. Some other songs and dances followed, to the accompaniment of divers sorts of music, after which, the Queen deeming it time to go to rest, all, following in the wake of the torches, sought their several chambers. The next 2 days they devoted to the duties to which the Queen had adverted, looking forward to the Sunday with eager expectancy. Endeth here the 2nd day of the Demeron, beginneth the 3rd, in which, under the rule of Nephile, discourse is had of the fortune of such as have painfully acquired some much coveted thing, or, having lost, have recovered it. The dawn of Sunday was already changing from vermilion to orange, as the sun chased it to the horizon, when the Queen rose and roused all the company. The seneschal had early sent forward to their next place of sojourn ample store of things meet with folk to make all things ready, and now seeing the Queen on the road, and the damnant, as it were, bacon, he hastily completed the equipment of the baggage train, and set off therewith, attended by the rest of the servants, in rear of the ladies and gentlemen. So, to the chant of, perhaps, a score of nightingales and other birds, the Queen, her ladies and the 3 young men trooping beside or after her, paced leisurely westward by a path little frequented and overgrown with herbage and flowers, which, as they caught the sunlight, began one and all to unfold their petals. So fared she on with her train, while the quirk and the jest and the laugh passed from mouth to mouth, nor had they completed more than 2,000 paces when, well before half-tierce, they arrived at a palace most fair and sumptuous, which stood out somewhat from the plain, being situate upon a low eminence. On entering, they first traversed its great halls and dainty chambers furnished throughout with all brave and meet appointments, and finding all most commendable, they reputed its lord a magnifico. Then descending, they surveyed its spacious and cheerful court, its vaults of excellent wines and copious springs of most cool water, and found it still more commendable. After which, being fain of rest, they sat them down in a gallery which commanded the court, and was close embosked with leafage and such flowers as the season afforded, and thither the discreet seneschal brought comfits and wines most choice and excellent, wherewith they were refreshed. Whereupon they hied them to a walled garden adjoining the palace, which, the gate being opened, they entered, and wonderstruck by the beauty of the whole passed on to examine more attentively the several parts. It was bordered and traversed in many parts by alleys, each very wide and straight as an arrow, and roofed in with trellis of vines, which gave good promise of bearing clusters that year, and, being all in flower, dispersed such fragrance throughout the garden as blended with that exhaled by many another plant that grew therein made the garden seem redolent of all the spices that ever grew in the East. The sides of the alleys were all, as it were, walled in with roses white and red and jasmine, insomuch that there was no part of the garden but one might walk there not merely in the morning but at high noon in grateful shade and fragrance, completely screened from the sun. As for the plants that were in the garden, 'twere long to enumerate them, to specify their sorts, to describe the order of their arrangement. Enough, in brief, that there was abundance of every rarer species that our climate allows. In the middle of the garden, a thing not less but much more to be commended than aught else, was a lawn of the finest turf, and so green that it seemed almost black, pranked with flowers of, perhaps, 1,000 sorts, and girt about with the richest living verdure of orange trees and cedars, which shewed not only flowers but fruits both new and old, and were no less grateful to the smell by their fragrance than to the eye by their shade. In the middle of the lawn was a basin of whitest marble, graven with marvelous art, in the center whereof whether the spring were natural or artificial I know not, rose a column supporting a figure which sent forth a jet of water of such volume and to such an altitude that it fell, not without a delicious plash, into the basin in quantity amply sufficient to turn a mill wheel. The overflow was carried away from the lawn by a hidden conduit, and then, remerging, was distributed through tiny channels, very fair and cunningly contrived, in such sort as to flow round the entire lawn, and by similar derivative channels to penetrate almost every part of the fair garden, until, reuniting at a certain point, it issued thence, and, clear as crystal, slid down towards the plain, turning by the way 2 mill wheels with extreme velocity, to the no small profit of the Lord. The aspect of this garden, its fair order, the plants and the fountain and the rivulets that flowed from it, so charmed the ladies and the 3 young men that with one accord they affirmed that they knew not how it could receive any accession of beauty, or what other form could be given to paradise, if it were to be planted on earth. So, excellently well pleased, they roved about it, plucking sprays from the trees, and weaving them into the fairest of garlands, while songsters of, perhaps, a score of different sorts warbled as if in mutual emulation, when suddenly a sight as fair and delightsome as novel, which, engrossed by the other beauties of the place, they had hitherto overlooked, met their eyes. For the garden, they now saw, was peopled with a host of living creatures, fair and of, perhaps, 100 sorts, and they pointed out to one another how here emerged a coney, or there scampered a hare, or couched a goat, or grazed a fawn, or many another harmless, all but domesticated, creature roved carelessly seeking his pleasure at his own sweet will, all which served immensely to reinforce their already abundant delight. At length, however, they had enough of wandering about the garden and observing this thing and that, wherefore they repaired to the beautiful fountain, around which were ranged the tables, and there, after they had sung 6 songs and trod some measures, they sat them down, at the Queen's command, to breakfast, which was served with all celerity and in fair and orderly manner, the viands being both good and delicate whereby their spirits rose, and up they got, and betook themselves again to music and song and dance, and so sped the hours, until, as the heat increased, the queen deemed it time that whoso was so minded should go to sleep. Some there were that did so, others were too charmed by the beauty of the place to think of leaving it, but tarried there, and, while the rest slept, amused themselves with reading romances or playing at chess or dice. However, after none, there was a general levee, and, with faces claved and refreshed with cold water, they gathered by the queen's command upon the lawn, and, having sat them down in their wonted order by the fountain, waited for the story-telling to begin upon the theme assigned by the queen. With this duty the queen first charged Philostrato, who began on this wise.